What's up, sports fans? It's your man D back. What's up? Check it out. Up a little early this morning. Early morning boxing talk. But since I did wake up early, what the fuck is going on with Canelo Alvarez? I mean, it's way out of hand. I'll tell you that. Chain with ice was good. Corey Lee on the same court, Corey. I'm trying. Hey man, shout out to my man Corey Lee boxing in the building, right? We gotta we gotta do the damn thing, Corey. I'm gonna drop this. Let me drop this link in the chat. Corey, I know you might be on your way to work or whatever, fam, but you can't jump on right now. I'm gonna drop the link in there for you, bro. Hey, buddy, this my dude, Corey Lee, man. We go way back since before D Jeff started the channel. My man Corey Lee, my DMV brother. Man, y'all gonna see some of me and Corey Lee trying to get this little collabo established, man. It's gonna be D Jeff, Corey Lee, bringing y'all that fire, man. It's ice season, baby. Like my nigga Corey Lee say. But yeah, Corey, man, my bad on the phone call, bro. I'll be out of it sometime and everything, but we gotta get up, dog. We gotta do the damn thing. D Jefferson, Corey Lee special, fam. What's up to you, brother? Chance said, for the love of sports, let's talk about it. Hell yeah, my brother. Chin Smoke, what's good? Chin Smoke, what's good with ya? Luke Peterson in the building. What's good, Luke? Marcus Maxwell. Marcus, what's up, Marcus? My man, Marcus, we was getting in on live yesterday. Shout out to Marcus. G-Man boxing in the building. Hashtag G-Man's rocks every time. That's right. Everybody, let me drop it in the chat. Hashtag G-Man's rocks. That's right. That's my dude right there. One of my favorite channels on YouTube. Drop that in the chat for you, G-Man. What's up with your fam? Yeah, guys. So link in the chat for anybody who want to come join the panel early this morning. But man, what is up with Canelo Alvarez? So they're back in court, right? So the situation ended before because Golden Boy has the right to arbitration. All right. So this is the thing. Canelo Alvarez can put out a lawsuit, put out a complaint, basically, for a lawsuit. But in his contract, Golden Boy has a right to arbitration. So if anybody don't know what that means, basically it's arbitrator decides whether this goes to court or it can be handled another way. And then initially it was deemed that it couldn't go to court. Now the whole problem is, of course, this contract with Canelo, 7 fight deal, 365 million. Pretty much everybody knows what goes on with that. But the problem is Canelo hasn't fought since 2018, and the zone is not approving fights for Canelo. So it's time to go to court, right? Black and brown boxing in the building. What's good with your brother? So that's what went on. But through arbitration in the first debacle, it got kicked. Right? It never made it to court or any of that. Well, now it's back in the court. Canelo Alvarez team took it to the LA or California Supreme Court, right? He put a what do you call it? So early. They kicked it out and did anyway, he took it back, he took it up. I'm out of it this morning. Like I've been to court so many. He appealed. I don't know why that word was slipping my mind. But they appealed it. Canelo Alvarez team appealed it. So it went to a higher court. Now the higher court has decided to see it. The debacle here, everything that's causing the problem is because even though it was appealed and it went to the higher court, Golden Boy still has the right to arbitration. So they're pushing arbitration where it will be decided between the arbitrator and not go into they're back at a standstill again. This is a problem, man. This is a problem because this all just leads to Canelo Alvarez not fighting. Now he's filing the exact same issues with the zone, and he's filing issues with Golden Boy. Same thing. Like basically, Canelo wants them to get a fight, you know, for him because he's supposed to be paid 35 million. Now, initially, the reason he brought up the whole I don't know what the hell is going on. My power went out, guys. Sorry about that. I had to switch over to my doggone phone. But anyway, they couldn't figure out, at least I guess between the zone and Golden Boy, how much money they was going to pay him. Canelo said he was willing to take a cut, but they were trying to cut him too much, and that's where this whole court case started. But point blank period, the last we hear of Canelo is that he might be fighting Gildren for a vacant title. But now that's off. That's not even on the table. And my thing is this, like we give a lot of heat to a lot of these fighters around boxing for not doing anything. Well, Canelo hasn't since 2018. And like, yo, what's the business? Because we're at the end. I don't even know what's going on this morning, man. Why this must be the wrong one. Stupid. It'll just switch my damn internet service. All right. So back on. Sorry, guys. Pause. Yeah, I know. Let me see. Bias said the zone wants Canelo to fight MMA fighters and Oscar De La Hoya. Yeah. Well, the zone. The thing is this: the zone wants to make money, and they have to make money. But with Canelo Alvarez, whether it be the zone or Oscar De La Hoya with Golden Boy, they got to get him a fight. So I get his side and his point, but here's the kicker with Canelo Alvarez. If through arbitration this thing gets kicked out of court or whatever for whatever reason again, then Canelo Alvarez is kind of screwed in this situation. He just sits around waiting for the zone to approve such fight and Golden Boy to set it up or whatever. But what do we get from Canelo? Nothing. Nothing at all. We sit around just like now and, you know, argue about Caleb Plant and Callum Smith and all of this garbage, but we'll get no fight from him. We'll get no fight at all. And that's the whole thing. Like, I get to the point, guys, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you like this too. I don't really care what the problem is, man. Make the goddamn fight happen. You know? That's the same thing I'm saying about Terrence Crawford. Yeah, I know a lot of guys wouldn't fight you, this, that, and the third. Make the fight happen. Demetrius Andre, make the fight happen. Like I'm not trying to keep hearing all of this garbage about why the fight's not happening. Make the fight happen. We have all the fighters coming and stealing the limelight from these guys. Young Teofimo Lopez is on fire right now. Ryan Garcia get ready to see Luke Campbell. Early for me, guys. And he's hollering out Tank Davis, which means this is just going to increase his star power. It's going to get to a point where boxing fans, nobody in boxing, Canelo Alvarez, you slipping out of the limelight, bro. I actually have stepped out. There's people that's being more attention is being given to. Tyson Fury all over saying the crazy shit. He's the most searched boxer on Google Trends. Nobody searched more than Anthony Joshua. Devin Haney and these young guys making noise. Jermell Charlo get ready to go 4-belt undisputed. Josh Taylor and Jose Ramirez get ready to lock it up for 4-belt undisputed. Canelo will soon be forgotten about. Fans love you, but they'll soon forget you if you're not doing anything. And that's just the reality of it. And I know we got a lot of Canelo fans out here that's going to hate to hear that, but that's just the facts of the matter. And I'm a Canelo fan. But I'm telling you guys right the fuck now, this dude has to do something. He can't keep messing around, man. They got to figure something out. And I know it's killing Golden Boy. It's killing Golden Boy. That was their cash cow. That was their biggest money maker. They're getting nothing off of him. It's 2 years now, man. It's going to be 2021 at this rate before we even see Canelo Alvarez. Makes no sense, bro. It shit makes no sense. Somebody said they didn't approve Callum Smith or BJS. No, they didn't. Turn them down. And that's because they didn't have the fan support, and they would have to pay, I guess, one of those guys too much money. To make the fight happen. And they still have to pay Canelo because they contracted to pay him, right? And they were trying to bring that minimum down, and Canelo wasn't having it. And he was willing to take a pay cut. So for all of you people out there that said Canelo wasn't willing to take a pay cut, that's false. He was actually willing to take a pay cut, but the zone wanted to drop under the minimum, which they talked about. So to my understanding, the minimum was 20 million, right? Which is $15 million less than he's supposed to get. And Canelo was willing to do that. So for all these people saying Canelo is not willing to take a pay, he's not like Terrence Crawford, who can't sell fucking shit, but saying I'm not taking no fight without the fans. Or Demetrius Andre, who's not doing anything, saying I'm not taking the fight without the fans. Canelo was willing to take a $15 million pay cut down to 20, but the problem is the zone wanted to come under that. This is how we ended up in court in the first place with this situation. All of that to me is neither here nor there. I don't really care about your court troubles, Oscar De La Hoya. I don't care about your court troubles, the zone. And Canelo, you're my guy, but I don't care about your court troubles either. They need to sort that out, and we need a fight because it's way too long for Canelo Alvarez. Way too long for it. When people start calling him diva and all of this kind of nonsense, some of this, if this keeps going on and on and on, it's all validated. All validated. I'm not going to sit up here and protect Golden Boy, Canelo, or none of that because as a sports fan, we want to see you fight. That's just how it is. Yeah, it is crazy, but it's crazy as hell, fam. Salute Black and Brown. Let me slide down, bro. I always get Walker Raider in the building. What's up? What up, D? 2019. Sorry. In November 2019. But I did say, Barker, we working on 2 years now, right? So yeah, he fought in 2019. We got the end of 2020. We get ready to go in 2021. And my thing is, with this court trouble and everything else, we'll be working on 2 years with this dude, bro. 2 years without fighting. At one point was the face of boxing, highest paid athlete, right? That contract had made him one of the highest paid athletes, period. And now we're getting nothing. We go from this basically to nothing. Crazy to even think about it. Oh, there he is. My man Corey Lee boxing. What's good, Corey Lee?
What's up, bro? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, fam. I'm drinking my coffee early morning for me. I still got my robe on, dog.
Nah, I feel you, man. Good morning, man. How's everything going?
Man, it's going good, man, except for this damn Canelo situation. We need this dude to get into a fight. I mean, as the fans, I don't want to hear anything about no damn court excuse, bro. I got to keep it real. Like, I'm a fan. I support Canelo, but how long are we supposed to listen to this court trouble? Y'all get all that taken care of. You, Golden Boy, the zone, get it taken care of. Get your ass in the ring because Canelo was way up here, right? He's sliding down and being forgotten about. I don't care what anybody say. You got these kids coming up. You got all of these fights, these good cards happening, and all we hear is Yildirim and court troubles. That ain't cutting it for me. That ain't cutting it for me, fam. Yeah, I know it's the big Canelo Alvarez, and it's not his fault. And people want to say, well, Canelo can't do this, man, blah, 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 blah. We need to see some freaking fights. That's how I feel about it. Make it happen. All of these lawyers and all of that. Other than that, keep it out of the media. You're not announcing a fight. I don't even want to hear your name. I'm getting to that point with it. What's up, Gonzalo? Okay, Gonzalo, I guess he'll be back. There he is. Gonzalo, what the hell is wrong with your phone, mate? There he is. What up, Gonzalo?
Hey, how's it going, D Jefferson?
What you doing, fam? What time? You in the Philippines,
It's,
right? What time is it over
yeah,
there?
it's about to be 9 p.m.
Oh wow, y'all 12-hour different from where I'm at, man. It's 8:55 a.m. over here. I caught you at the right time, Gonzalo. So look, shit, Gonzalo. Corey, you still
News
there?
about the yeah, I was watching the news about the Philadelphia rioting.
Yeah, I'm here, yo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't even pay
Can you,
attention to all of that bad
I'm
news.
working on. I'm trying to fix my mic. I'm trying to fix my mic real quick.
All right, do your thing, do your thing. So what happened, Gonzalo? What happened with the Philly riots? Well, Gonzalo,
I
what's
just I was watching some fights today. I rewatched. I put on Chavez against Meldrick Taylor. Then I watched Verno Phillips against Costa Zoo. Then I watched James Tunney versus Vasily Jarov. So every
okay?
once in a while, I try to get some fights in there. I don't always watch boxing. Like sometimes maybe one, two fights a week. This time I watched three in one day, so that's good. I mean, I'll watch the fights that are playing live on the weekend. I try to get those in.
Yeah, well, what you thinking about this whole Canelo situation, Gonzalo? You know they back in court. The Supreme Court this time they appealed it and took it back up to court. Now we just stuck again because the last we heard of Canelo was some damn Yildirim fight, which I was not happy about at all. And I understand this crap about going for a vacant belt and a title at another division, and I get all of that. But we dealt with that kind of song and dance with Rocky Fielding, right? Rocky Fielding wasn't the best of competition, but he took it because he was getting a belt in another division and blah blah blah. This is basically the same thing we're going through with Yildirim, but coming out here recently, they're back in arbitration again. Arbitration got kicked out of the lower level, and now they appealed it in the Supreme Court, and we're back to basically square one. Now we're back in arbitration. So still, it's just Canelo on hold. What do you think about all of that?
Well, he's training. I know that for sure. He's training. He's staying ready, and hopefully it don't drag out like kind of like similar to with Mikey Garcia when he was inactive for 2.5 years. Hopefully that don't happen for the sake of his career and for the boxing fans, man. They should have just bet halfway. Canelo should have accepted the 20 million, and the zone should have been okay with the pound for pound. Well, the Liam, what's his name? Smith, Liam
Yeah,
Smith, not Liam Smith.
yeah. No,
What's his
Callum
name? Liam
Smith.
Smith,
It was
Callum
Callum
Smith.
Smith.
Yeah,
What?
that's right. And the other guy, one of the top 68 pounders, the Billy Joe guy.
BJS. He was supposed to fight BJS or Callum Smith. Sent offers to both of them, but the zone didn't approve. The offers is what happened.
Yo, D, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Corey.
All right, I'm good now. So what y'all talking about?
So I'm on this Canelo. I'm
Okay,
on this Canelo situation, Corey. Like, all right, so
okay.
they're back in arbitration, right, Corey? It got kicked out of the lower court,
Mhm.
right? And Canelo's Alvarez team put an appeal in. So now it's back to Supreme Court, the LA or LA California Supreme Court. Same suit against the Zone and Golden Boys. This is what people have to understand too. Canelo is filing the same suit against both of them, right? And Golden Boy, they're using their arbitration. Because in Canelo's contract, they have an arbitration ruling that this has to go to arbitration first. Basically, there's a guy or a woman that sits there that decide whether this case will move forward to court or not, whether Canelo has enough validity to bring this case to court or not. Well, he got kicked from the
Yeah,
lower court, but they put it in appeal. Now it's back in the higher court. My problem is he hasn't fought since 2019 versus Kovalev. They're talking about a Yildirim fight for a vacant fight, which nobody's really happy about that, not Canelo fans, nor non-Canelo fans. And we just on a standstill. Like I can't keep flaming all of these guys like Devin Haney, Demetrius Andre, Terrence Crawford. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it make the fight happen. I got to give Canelo that same heat. This is just how I'm feeling about it. I don't care
yeah, that's
what's
real
going on
shit. That's
behind the
real shit,
scenes.
though.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's your business. What's going on behind the scenes? As boxing fans, we
but
want the
see,
fights,
but
bro.
see, I think Canelo gonna cut. I think Canelo gonna cut Oscar off since we talking about that subject. You know what I mean? Since we on that subject, I think I think Oscar De La Hoya and Canelo are done, man. I really do because from what I'm hearing is that Oscar De La Hoya has in the contract that you know the zone has to approve the opponents that Canelo has, and it's some,
Right.
and that's the reason. That's the whole reason why the lawsuit got brought up in the first place. From what I read, was because that he wasn't getting Canelo wasn't getting paid right. Canelo's the wages that Canelo and it all has to do with his very next opponent. That's what a lot of this stems from because the zone wanted Canelo to fight Triple G, and somehow that fight didn't offer Triple G enough or something like that, and
Now,
or
Triple
something
G.
like that.
Now, this is what happened with that. Triple G is under contract with the Zone too. He's getting $14 million a fight. Triple G opted out, saying he wanted a tune-up or whatever. That's why that fight never materialized. That wasn't even on Golden Boy or the Zone. That was on Triple G's side.
But yeah,
This is why Callum Smith and BJS came into play.
from what I'm hearing is Oscar is not paying Canelo right though. Like when it comes to the wages and stuff like that, he's not paying him right.
But
He's been holding out on Canelo for a while now, and Canelo's
that was
finding out about it.
well, check it out. That was the Zone too. This is why Canelo put
Yeah,
the
they they
Zone in
both
the
they
case.
both they both they both really fucked him though, D. For real though. They both.
This is why he's suing both of them, Corey. Because look, okay, Canelo was willing to take uh $15 million pay cut, right, down to $20 million, but the Zone was haggling over that because of the state of the pandemic and everything. The Zone was using that status. It's called majeure, okay? Force majeure. And what force majeure, for all of you guys that's not familiar with it, what force majeure means is if there's a natural disaster or a catastrophe that will prevent contractual obligations, then
Mhm.
they can claim or file for force majeure, which is what the Zone and um, Golden Boy has done. They filed for force majeure because of the pandemic situation, right? But Canelo Alvarez team is coming back saying that the Zone had the opportunity, but they
Mhm.
continue to turn down these fights because they want to pay him less then the minimum of 20. They want to go under that. Canelo's like,
Yeah.
hell no. I would take a
That's yup.
$15 million
That's
pay
exact.
cut.
Yeah. That's what I was reading because it had something to do with the money that he was supposed to be making, but they didn't want to cover it,
Right.
right?
They didn't
Yeah.
want to cover it.
Yeah.
And they wanted
Yeah.
to
That's
go
what I was
beneath
thinking.
the contract minimum.
That ain't right though, man. If y'all had an agreement, then why don't you uphold the agreement? That's just what I'm saying, though. But
Right. But both of them are using the force majeure to get out of that. Because under force majeure, if there's if there's a natural catastrophe or disaster, then they can go under force majeure to say that they couldn't live up to contractual obligations due to the fact of the natural disaster, which we have the pandemic situation. Well, Canelo's team is like, okay, we had that situation, but now boxing is back and we're somewhat through that situation. So you guys cannot keep turning down fights. You can't keep saying, no, well, we don't accept this fight. We don't accept that fight. And this is why we're in court. But my whole thing is, I'm not giving a shit about all of that. Between the
yeah,
zone,
me neither.
Golden Boy, and Cinnamon, y'all need to make a damn fight, fam. You know what I mean? Y'all need to make a damn fight.
Yeah.
What's up, Brian? What's good?
Not a lot. When Canelo signed his contract, or when Golden Boy signed the contract with the Zone, they give up the right to choose their opponents. And then they're coming to the Zone, they're saying, well, we have this opponent for you. We have that opponent for you. Not good enough. Not good enough. Not good enough.
Well,
So what are they looking for? Money? They're looking for a money fight. They're looking for someone who'll draw in a crowd. So who can you possibly bring in who's bigger at this moment in time than Canelo Alvarez? There's not too many people. There's not too many people who bring in the money the Zone are looking for. So they didn't really think this through when they made that deal.
No,
They really didn't.
And not to cut you off, but they probably never thought that COVID was gonna happen because you know what I mean. Like, come on now, you know what I mean. Like, no, who's gonna ever think that COVID's gonna happen? That fucked up a lot of businesses out here in America. You know what I mean? And worldwide,
Yeah,
even at that there, there's no turning down fights. Sorry.
But the one thing I can say is that the boxing promoters are starting to scramble a little bit now. Though you can see that the fighters are starting to have a little bit of leeway because look, Teofimo was not going to settle with the money he was getting from Lomo, so they had to renegotiate that, and then he got more after he said no. And I think COVID has something to do with that, though, because the fight wasn't on pay-per-view, so they weren't even going to get that back-end money, though. You understand? So that's just how I feel about it. So.
I'm biased.
It's just not that. It's the crowd.
Yeah.
It's just not that. There's no crowd, So, they had to make the money somewhere.
Damn. Remy,
Sorry,
I didn't
is
have...
it pausing on me or just...
Oh. My bad, Brian. Go ahead.
No, I think something's pausing here. I don't know if it's my screen or it's just pausing or.
No, it's you guys. First off, Remy, I didn't have we had a storm last night, so the power was flickering. So I had to switch to my hotspot on my phone, and then the power came back on, so it went back. The fucking computer automatically defaults to my Wi-Fi. That's why I was going in and out, but I don't know. It seemed like other people having issues because Gonzalo was popping in and out. But anyway, I'm biased. I'm gonna drop the link back in there for you. I see you trying to come in. But yes, this is where, real quick, Brian, this is what the whole confusion is. So, like Corey said too, they gotta pay the man, right? But then the pandemic, nobody expected the pandemic. So that's where the force majeure comes in at, right? Force majeure gives them the right to not live up to contractual obligations if there is a natural disaster. That's where the force majeure come in, and that's where the Zone and Golden Boy, they're trying to lean on that.
Yeah. No, I understand. I understand that, right? But they agreed this deal. Was it 5-year deal? Was it or a mini fight deal? They agreed this deal, and then they didn't realize that the people they were bringing in didn't have the audience the people in Canelo's weight division didn't have like the following to actually make the money back. So they offered him this amount of money, and every fight every fight Golden Boy suggests, the zone says no, not good enough. Who they looking for him to fight against Floyd Mayweather? Like,
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, they can't keep turning down fights. See, this is
yeah,
why he's suing both of them for the same thing.
yeah,
Just like Corey said, they took the power from the zone to choose the fight. So Golden Boy gets to choose the fights, right? But the zone has to approve the fights. So Canelo's just stuck. He got fights being offered. He got Oscar out there looking for fights, but the zone ain't approving any of them, and they're not approving any of them because financially it don't make sense. Like if
Yeah.
you
But let
don't
me
have
ask y'all.
and it don't make sense. Go ahead, Corey.
Let me ask y'all this though, man. Y'all think that this is gonna hold up in court, or do y'all think that this is not enough evidence to hold up in court? What do you guys think?
Well, I think this way. I think that the lower court system, when they went to the lower court system, Canelo and them, and brought this in front of them in the first place, the lower court system already kicked it out. But they kicked it out because of force majeure, right? But the state of boxing now, and the reason the Supreme Court picked it up is because we're past that, so to speak. We're past the point where everybody was on lockdown, travel bans have been dropped, so now things are getting back in. Just this card coming up this weekend, they're actually going to have fans in the stadium. So force majeure is not going to save Golden Boy and the zone. This is why the LA and California Supreme Court picked it up and said, no, you guys got to go back into arbitration because we look at this as a case that can be heard now in this current status. But concerning Canelo, need Canelo in the ring. Unbiased,
Yeah.
what you think about it? Let's let Unbiased get in here. What's up,
Yeah,
Unbiased?
no, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, listen, I agree, but my only issue is, I mean, kind of Brian kind of touched on it. It's just kind of, listen, Canelo wanted to fight Callum Smith. He wanted to fight Billy Joe Saunders. He wanted to fight the guys that I wanted to see him fight. I mean, I'm pretty sure we all wanted to see those fights. I don't want to see him fight an MMA fighter. I don't
Right.
want to see him fight Oscar De La Hoya, and I don't want to see him fight KSI or Jake Paul or, an NFL player or some, you know what I mean? Like some weird circus fight that the zone wants just to bring in, spectators. Like that's not what I want to see. So that's the issue I'm having. Like, yes, I do want to see him fight, but it has to be a fight that I actually want to see and not just a fight that the zone wants just to put on to get money.
Yeah.
No, I didn't even see that. We'll talk about that in a minute. Though Black and Brown, we damn sure we'll touch on that. I didn't even see that. Maybe you can fill me in. Click the link, man. Come fill us in on that. So what you think, Brian? What you think? Corey was asking.
I want to see him fight. I want to see him fight a legit opponent. I hope Canelo gets back fighting soon because you don't want a 2-year court case going on in his career. You know what age is he? 27, 28? You know?
Who, Canelo?
Yeah.
No, he's
Maybe
30.
29.
No, he's
Oh,
30.
he's 30.
He's
So
going on
of the
31.
two, okay, but he hasn't fought since Kovalev last year. Right. So it's been near enough a year. So you don't want 2 more years out of the ring. You know?
Well, I mean, just with this court case, ain't nothing going to move forward. It's in arbitration now, so the arbitrator can decide. Okay, you need to do this. You need to do this, and if all sides agrees, it doesn't go to court. That's what arbitration is about.
Yeah.
They have an arbitrator involved in this, right? And sort of like a mediator in a custody battle, and they decide whether it goes to court or not, and they can make a ruling. If all parties agree on the ruling, then that basically goes filed as in court, right? But if the arbitration doesn't get it done, then it has to go to court, and this fucking thing drags out.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
listen, man. I'm AD, man. What's up, man? I ain't even get to talk to you about the Tio joint, man. I mean, we gonna just dodge the elephant in the room. We gotta talk about
No,
that
no,
at
no, no. We're gonna jump on that quick.
sometime.
After a
My
while, just
bad.
talk
I
about
know
that.
this your joint, though. Go ahead, do your
No,
thing,
no,
man.
we're gonna get on that.
I know
We
you want
definitely
to
gonna
talk
get on
about
my
this
boy Tio.
litigation, the lawyers, the lawyers, and damn, man. Lot of court shit, man. I feel you though. It's deep though,
That's
but
all it is. That's all it
Hey,
is.
Um,
hey,
Now,
so
it's
D,
deep
does
though.
anybody
But
should
does
Canelo just beat up on Oscar and
yeah,
just call it a day? Should he just
look,
beat up on Oscar?
that,
here
I
this is
mean,
my problem, real quick. The
you
zone is
definitely,
ready
but the
to.
house will be inside. The house will be in money though. Like it'll just stay in Oscar's pockets
yeah,
if that happened. You know, that's what he wants.
I say it like this, man. Listen, if I can't get a fight, like, cause fuck Yildirim, fuck that. The zone want to approve dumb fights, like umpire said, crossover matches or KSI, some YouTube star, or Oscar himself.
Yeah,
Let me tell you something, and I'm being serious about this. If I can't get a fight, you damn right, unbiased. If they want to approve, I would love to see him go in there and beat the shit out of
yeah,
Oscar De La Hoya. Cause he got a big problem to do with all of this. I would love to see that. I might even actually pay to see that, especially if
yeah,
they fill the undercard up. You damn right I would, cause Oscar need a good ass whooping. That's what he need, a good ass
yeah.
whooping. And I hope if he do get in the ring with Canelo fuck him up real bad, because then he can get away with it. I mean, fuck him up real bad. Have him pissing blood the next morning. I damn
Does it,
sure do
damn,
it.
D, you don't
Damn right.
like Oscar, do you? Damn,
Hell
you
no,
don't
because
like
he's the
Oscar.
bane. He's the bane of this, bro.
Oh,
He's too busy
yeah.
sniffing
okay.
cocaine instead of handling business.
Oh
Here,
shit.
does anybody think the zone are saying no to all these fights because they just don't want to pay? They don't want to pay Canelo Alvarez.
Yeah, that's
That's just
exactly
that
why,
simple.
Brian. Because without the fans, they can't get the money. It's all about returns, fam.
Control. It's about
So without
control.
the fans, they can't
Yeah,
get the correct returns. So they're definitely turning down these fights because they don't want to pay the money.
yeah.
But real quick, guys, Bon Kiki says Canelo running away from Charlos and Andre. Bon Kiki, I don't know how long you've been in here, fam. But this don't have nothing to do with running, fam. Because you have to think about this, Bon Kiki. If the zone cannot be Canelo running, if the zone will only approve fights versus Canelo versus Oscar, Canelo versus KSI, Canelo versus a UFC fighter. But when they put up guys much less attractive than a Charlo fight and an Andre fight, to me, Callum Smith is much less attractive, Bon Kiki. Right? So you got to think
Yeah.
about this. If the zone won't approve that, what the hell make you think they're going to approve a Charlo and Andre? They can't afford that, Bon Kiki.
That's for
They
sure.
can't afford that. So this is why they're caught now. Has nothing to do with Canelo running away from anybody. Nobody.
Hey,
That's for sure.
hey, D, yeah, I feel you though, man. I feel you though, man. That's what's up, though.
That's
That's
just
what's
a
up.
rumor that from that's just a narrative from Canelo haters. Like everybody at the top got
Did
haters.
you
Tim
have you
Tebow got
been
haters.
to, have you been to did you used to do did you ever been through law school, D Jefferson?
No, 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 no.
Oh, cause I'm like, man, you knew some of that that course shit. Like you knew a lot about that. Like when you was talking, like I ain't
Well,
know if you
I've
was
been
trying
locked
to
up
study that
27
before.
times. I've been locked up and in court
Huh?
27 times. I said I've been locked up and in court 27 times. I had my day.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay. I
Yeah,
feel you. I
nigga.
feel you.
And
You got I'll send you my real
Yeah.
name, and you know that's public record. You can go pull my public record. It's about as long as you are. So I ain't no damn lawyer, but I've been involved in there enough times to know what these terms mean. I can tell you that much.
yeah, yeah.
All right, come on
Uh,
back through. If I think your phone went out. So Jace, Mr. DeZone, what's up? He said Mike Papa just said that Avina Yildirim was never presented to the zone. But listen, even if he was, Jace, it would be denied. So even if
yeah,
they didn't present it, probably because they know that the zone would deny deny that fight. That's not a fight. They want a fight that can make them money. To be perfectly honest, I'm a Canelo fan, Jace, and I don't want to see no fucking Yildirim fight. So the zone knows that. So they probably didn't. If they did not present it to the zone, it's probably simply because this is a fight we know that they're going to turn down. They need a fight that's going to bring them back returns. They're not going to pay Canelo from a business standpoint with the zone. They're not going to pay Canelo upwards of $20 million plus to fight a Yildirim. They're not. They will pay him upwards of $20+ million to fight a KSI because he has 20 million followers on freaking YouTube. It's a celebrity sort of event. They're not going to pay for that. But let's dive into I'm biased and Corey Lee. Y'all fell off. Y'all could, let me put the link back in for you guys because I see now this is enough court talk. You know, my whole thing with this Canelo Alvarez situation, guys, I don't want to hear court talks no more. I want to see a damn fight, fam. And another thing, Jace, I'll tell you this too, Jace, Mr. DAZN. Mike Carpenter, that dude doesn't have a lot of credibility. So I would try to surf around Box 24, Michael Benson, Boxing Scene. You know, maybe you should look through their articles. But Mike Carpenter, it's like 50-50 what you get. 50-50. Bullshit or validity is 50-50 with Carpenter. So I wouldn't lean on too much of what Mike Carpenter said, fam. That's just my advice to you. Because that dude is not really credible. Canelo needs to take one fight deal, $20 million if he wants to fight Anthony Yildirim. Again, Remy. I see so many people want to blame Canelo. This is how it works, guys, so that we don't keep going back to what Canelo needs to do. Canelo is doing what he needs to do on the business side of things. Doesn't please the boxing fans, and I say F all of that, but this is what we need to understand about the people calling Canelo duckers or people calling Canelo a diva or the people calling out Canelo at any level. Canelo has done what he needed to do. He's made himself present to fight the man put in front of him. That's Canelo's job. It is Golden Boy's job to get a fight for Canelo, a valid fight, a fight that the fans want to see. Matchmaking, guys. It's Golden Boy's job to do the matchmaking. It's the zone's job to approve or deny that fight. So we cannot say that Canelo's ducking anyone. We can't say Canelo's a diva. We can't say what Canelo needs to do. Canelo's doing what he needs to do. Fight people and collect money. That's the contract he signed. Fight people and collect money.
Yeah.
Oscar De La Hoya and Golden Boy Promotions are responsible for getting these fights. Okay? So it's their responsibility to get these fights, do the matchmaking, put Canelo in the ring with the right guy that the fans want to see, that's somewhat competitive, because I don't think any of them beat him. That's Golden Boy's. Now, Golden Boy gets this fight, they present it to the zone, and then they have to say, the zone has to say we approve it or we deny it. If the zone denies it, we don't get a fight.
Yeah.
If they approve it, we get a fight. So Canelo, Remy, was already willing to take a pay cut, but they were trying to come under that $20 million, Remy. This is why it's going to court now. Because the Canelo said, y'all signed me for $35 million a fight, right? And they're not even trying to give him 20. Remy. So if you say Canelo needs to take a fight deal for $20 million, well, he tried that, Remy. And the zone wanted to negotiate under that. So we can't keep spitting on what Canelo's part of it is. My thing is this. I don't give a shit what Canelo's part is, what Golden Boy's part is, or what the zone's part is. I don't care. I want to see the dude fight just like I'm charging everyone else. Crawford, I don't care if you don't want to take a fight without fans or take a pay cut. Get your ass in the ring. Demetrius Andre, Devin Haney. I don't want to keep hearing that people don't want to fight you guys. I don't want to hear that. Get your ass in the ring. Make it happen. That's where I am with all of this.
Get your ass in a fight. Not a circus act, in a fight. Someone who actually fight back, right?
Right. Not a Gamboa not a Dusty whoever the fuck. Like, y'all need to fight. Not
Yeah.
a Kell Brook that's going to be drained down and basically at a disadvantage fighting you, Terrence Crawford. Not a Envy Yildirim who nobody knows and nobody cares about you trying to collect another belt. Canelo. Like, I'm going to keep the same heat. Canelo fans don't want to. Toledo says, what are you talking? Canelo's going to court so his fans can see him fight world champions, not promoter Oscar De La Hoya and some MMA fighters. Canelo don't want that shit on his resume. Toledo, go read something. That's all I'm going to tell you. Bro, don't come in here with that dumb shit because I take my time to do research on this. I don't think you've read a fucking thing if you're coming off like that. So go fucking read some articles and then come back with that dumb shit. The only thing I'm doing, T-Tone, is reporting what's in the articles, fam. Reporting what's actually going on. What Canelo wants, T-Tone, go read it, and you can find out what Canelo wants, not what you fucking think, fam. Because you like to come charge me for things. What Canelo wants is for Oscar De La Hoya Golden Boy Promotions and the Zone to live up to their obligations, which is why Canelo is taking them to court. So don't come in here with all that jazz if you're not fucking listening. What we're saying about Oscar De La Hoya fighting and these MMA fighters is that's the only fights that the Zone are willing to approve. T-Tone Toledo. Go do the fucking research, fam. There's 3-4 different places where you can get this information. Don't come in here talking crazy, dog, because you always do that. And you hear what you want to fucking hear, fam. That's it. Like, go do some research on it, T-Tone. Stop coming here trying to go at something protecting Canelo because you don't care about anything but protecting Canelo. That's what's obvious. I don't give a fuck about protecting Canelo or no fighter. Boxing first, T-Tone. Get it straight. Boxing first. Don't do it. Don't do it. I told you, hit me in the DM. You can call up. Since you can't click the link, you can call up and get the smoke like anybody else. Oh, that's Brian's comment. Walker Rager said, Canelo wants the best fights. It's not on him if the Zone will only approve circus fights, BS MMA fights, and Oscar. Exactly, Barker. Tell that to T-Tone. T-Tone don't seem to get it. Jay Kyle, what's good with you? What's good with you, fam? I am Cone in the building. What's up, brethren? He said, Envy Yildirim ain't no best fight. Yeah, exactly, bro. Nobody want to see Envy Yildirim. It's no best fight. And I'm a Canelo fan. I'm not supporting that nonsense. It's just like these Tank Davis and Devin Haney fans trying to support or big up Leo Santa Cruz or Gamboa. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I'm not doing that. See, this is where you start keeping the same energy.
Yeah.
Because I tell those fans, get out of here with that nonsense. Tank Davis fan, get out of here with this is a valid fight. It's not. It's a bullshit fight. Same thing I said about Haney fans. Get out of here with this Gamboa step-up fight when there's Tank leftovers. It's a bullshit fight. And I'm going to keep the same energy which people have problems doing. Get the fuck out of here with Envy Yildirim fight. It's not a good fight. And just because I'm a Canelo fan, I'm not going to do like T-Tone and say, well, it's not Canelo fault. Canelo, get the fuck out of here. It's a bullshit fight. If it's a bullshit fight, put the sport of boxing first and say it's a bullshit fight, whether it's Canelo or whether it's Wilder. Because T-Tone Toledo, cut your bullshit. If it was Deontay Wilder in the same situation, you would be flaming him. You wouldn't be giving them no excuses. You wouldn't be talking about, well, it ain't Wilder's fault. You would be flaming the fuck out of them. So learn to keep the same energy just because it's your Canelo that you hold as a fucking deity on a fucking pedestal. Cut that bullshit out, fam. This is a bullshit fight with Canelo. I don't care if I'm a fan or not. It's bullshit.
It is. Yeah. I was going to say something, then I forgot what it was.
Yeah, Jet Kyle said the Yildirim fight is despicable. It is. It's crap, bro. It's a fucking crap show. Canelo and Oscar Golden Boy been beefing even before Canelo. I'll tell you like this, man. What my man Corey Lee said before he fell off, or was unbiased, one of them. But Canelo's out of there. But the problem is 8 fights, guys. We got to understand something. It's a confusion. Like, even I was confused because I said it was down to 6 fights. But 2 fights, it's not even counted on the deal. 2 fights that Canelo had. He's only had 3 fights on their deal. I was just reading that this morning. That's what's going to the court proceedings. He's only had 3 fights, so that means they owe him 8 more fights. That's to the tune of $260 million. He's only collected 3 fights, guys. 3. Nah, man. He's only collected 125 million out of that 365 million they supposed to give him. 120 million, 25 million. He's still $260 million light. So you can't blame Canelo for his money side of it. Like, I would be like, F that too. Y'all flossing me around like the highest paid athlete. Now, I'm not seeing that money. Y'all talk about less than 20? Look at 8 times 20, guys. Think about it like this. If he goes for a contract minimum, I mean, of course, boxing will come back, so it won't be 8 times 20 all across the board. But if you look at it immediately, right, 20 times 8 is $160 million. At that rate, he still cuts himself out of $100 million. Now, that's no money to sneeze at. So that's Canelo's issue. So we got to look at things from all angles and be honest about it. Not fucking no protecting Canelo's side of this. I don't give a shit, Canelo. I'm not getting no bit of the 100 million, the 260 million, or the 125 million you already fucking collected. I don't get a penny of that. I help pay for that. So I want to see your ass, Cinnamon, get in the ring and fight somebody.
Yes.
It's that simple.
Yes, I don't care who you are, right? I believe the best fighter should fight the best. Personally, I'd like to see him fight Jamal Charlo. I think that's it. I know that's the zone versus PBC, and I know it might be hard crossing that border for both fighters, but personally, that's a fight I'd like to see.
I would love to see that fight, but that fight is definitely not happening. It's way too expensive. It's way too expensive. That's just the whole thing. If they're not ready to approve, Callum Smith or BJS, bro, they're not approving that Charlo fight because it's going to cost them way too much money. Hell, they was about to offer Charlo 10 million, up to 10 million, Eddie Hearn, for freaking Demetrius Andre. Demetrius Andre. So you know what kind of numbers they're going to have to spit to this guy to fight a Canelo Alvarez. So I want to fight as much as you do. But at the end of the day, they can't afford that.
Yeah, I know.
They can't afford that.
I know. I'd like to see it, though.
Yeah, y'all would love to see it. Labito's in boxing. He said, my tablet is messing up. It's all good, fam. I appreciate you being here. GGG took his mandatory. Listen, Tito, go read some articles, fam. Go read some articles and find out what's really going on. Because you do a lot of listening to people. And no disrespect, I love Nuke to death, but how much do you hear Nuke say anything negative about Canelo Alvarez? Be honest, T-Tone. That's the only fucking comment I'm going to put. I want to hear from you is the answer to that question. Nuke is my brother, IBFP Boxing Nuke, and you are 100% IBFP Boxing Nuke fan. How much do you hear Nuke say negative about Canelo Alvarez, T-Tone? That's the next question I want you to answer. I'm coming from boxing, fam. From the sport of boxing. And if I say something up here that's a lie, T-Tone, then talk about it. But GGG, T-Tone, if you haven't read, if you're only listening to shit and you're trying to formulate something, GGG was the issue of why that fight didn't happen. I don't want to hear anything about taking no mandatory or any of that bullshit. He said he didn't want the fight at the moment for whatever reason.
I'm a GG fan, and I agree with you. So
that's what happened, bro. I only report what happened. Tito come up here trying to make fucking all kind of excuses and shit. I'm not trying to hear no fucking excuses right now, bro. None.
Yeah, he came up and said I need a warm up. He did come out. And say, because I remember at the time he came out and said he was offered the third fight, and he came out. No, I need a warm up to fight Canelo.
I need a tune up. That's what he said. And I was
thinking to myself, seriously, come on. So like you're either ready or you're not.
That's coming from a DGD fan, Tito. Listen up.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I sort of lost a little bit of respect from them. Then, although only other thing I could think of is his age. But at that point, well, it's going to take longer than if they do fight the third fight. he will be older after that. So, that ain't going to help him. Take the fight now. If you're ready, take it now. That was my thinking at the time.
Let me see if we can get Corey Lee on the phone, man. I don't know what happened to his. See if we can get Corey Lee on the phone. Yeah, but Rob C. Nesbitt in the building. What's up? Devin, the worst champ ever. I don't know if Devin's the worst champ ever, but Suleiman, I will say this, now, I don't dump on Devin Haney. His father says dumb shit, and people dumped on Teofimo Sr. So I'll dump on Bill Haney, but I don't dump on Devin Haney because please leave your message. All right, Corey answer the phone. Here's the situation with Devin Haney. Suleiman screwed him, fam. It's not really that Devin Haney's the worst champion. He really hasn't had the opportunity to prove what type of champion he is. I do throw some heat at Bill Haney and Devin Haney for the offers they sent, because you send an offer to Gary Russell Jr. and Gamboa. That's all y'all's fault.
Yeah.
It's not about Suleiman. You guys could have sent offers to better fighters, because I can guarantee you that Yvonne Mendy, Richard Colme, or Javier Fortuna would have been much more acceptable than Gary Russell Jr. or Gamboa. That part of it is Devin Haney and Bill Haney's fight. No one ever heard of an offer. They always go to the offer that they sent to Javier Fortuna before this situation. Send him another fucking offer, fam.
Yeah.
There's Corey Lee. Hold on for a second, Brian.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck is with this phone? Corey. Oh man. Well,
my bad, bro.
Yeah, look. Hey, I got you on the horn. You got time to talk?
Yeah, what's good?
All right, well, you still on live, dog. You on the horn, so everybody can hear you. I just put you on the phone and shit. Because I see you had the connection was fucking up or whatever. But
let me try to call back in with my phone. I had to charge it up and let me see if it worked this time.
All right, I'll put the link. I'm gonna send you the link and in the DM. All right. Yeah, all right. See if we get Corey Lee back on here. But yeah, man. Yeah, Devin, I can't blame Devin Rapsy. I can't, because Suleiman, Devin just took charge at Suleiman too. Finally is what I want to hear. Instead of, and I hope his fans wake up and pay attention, because Devin just came out and he went at Mauricio Suleiman in the WBC for playing around with his status, right? If basically what me and Punch Drunk and all of us was Rap Star said it plenty of times. Rap Star even asked Bill Haney, why are you and your fans talking about Teofimo? Why aren't y'all taking the charge to Mauricio Suleiman? Because it's Suleiman that's treating y'all like a little bitch. And that's just the facts of it. That's Suleiman that's doing that. Right? And they're not taking no charges at Suleiman. So now Devin Haney just came out flaming Mauricio Suleiman concerning his status. Because I kept saying this over and over again to all of these Devin Haney fanboys and Teofimo detractors coming over here. I kept saying, listen, I'm saying what Teofimo has to do. Teofimo has to do this. Teofimo has to do that. And now Black and Brown just said earlier that Bill Haney called Teofimo a bitch or whatever. Okay. What's up with Suleiman? Because Suleiman basically spit on you and Bill Haney. Devin, now they're figuring it out. Wait a minute. Suleiman was the one that came out before the fight. If I'm your champion, if you guys send me a belt in the email and say, okay, you're our WBC champion. If I'm supposed to be your champion, even though I didn't earn the belt, even though I didn't win it in the fight, you still said I was your champion. Then why now are you saying Lomachenko is your champion before this fight with Teofimo? That's the question that needed to be asked. And now finally that question is getting asked by Devin Haney flaming Suleiman in the WBC. But they should have been doing that. It shouldn't have been about no freaking Teofimo Lopez, because it won't Teofimo Lopez. Y'all could sit up here and cry that it ain't Devin Haney's fault. Well, is it Teofimo Lopez's fault? No.
No.
So keep the same fucking energy. Go ahead,
nobody's
Brian.
fault but Suleiman's. Nobody's fault but Suleiman's, because he's the one who put this confusion in. You know, so
Exactly.
he's the one who brought this. He's the one who brought this other belt to the table. He said it was one thing, and then when a big fight came around, he said it was something else. So he's the one who brought all the confusion. You know, so you can't blame Haney. You can't blame Teofimo Lopez. You can't blame Lomachenko. You can't blame any of these guys for what Richard Suleiman does, because if you read the WBC rulebook, it's always at their discretion. Everything is at their discretion, so they can say one thing, next thing they can go change something and drop it a dime because their rulebook says they can. Nothing in their rulebook says things has to be one way. Things can change on a dime with WBC. So, you know, they wrote that so they can just make up the rules as they go along. That's their problem. They don't have set rules.
Yeah, that's a fact. But well, they do have set rules. The problem is at the end of all of their ruling, every freaking paragraph says at the WBC discretion.
Discretion. Yeah,
I mean, they can do whatever the hell they want.
yeah.
You got a whole rule book full of set rules, but if at the end of it says at the WBC's discretion, then the whole rule book should just say one. It should be one page in that rule book, and basically one statement. As the WBC, we can do whatever the fuck we want. That should
Pretty
be
much.
what the rule book says, because
Pretty
that's
much.
basically that's what it boils down to. Like he said, D, I did say Oscar has 200 million. They need to pay the rest if they want the deal done. Want this deal done. Again, bro, I don't know how it works. Oscar may have 200 million, but it may be in their contract that it's the zone has to make the word on how they divvy it up. You understand where I'm coming from? Now, that I didn't dig into too much, Remy, so I won't argue. I dug into the court case and everything surrounding the court case. I do know that the promoters, like Bob Arum, gets a budget from ESPN, and he has to divvy it up. He has to make it work. So it could be something like that with Oscar De La Hoya. He was paid the money. He spent $60 million in cocaine. Now he's trying to figure out where to come up, with the other $60 billion and finagle with the 200 million. Who knows? Who knows? You could be right about that. But the zone has to prove how he divvies this 200 million up.
Yeah, that's
To my understanding, that's how it's working. You know what I mean? Corey, you there? I had you on mute. It sounded like you was in the blender or something.
Oh, yo, my bad. I'm back. Hold on real quick though. I got somebody on the phone. Hold tight real quick. I got something to say. I'm gonna mute myself. All right. I got something to holler at y'all about.
All right. That's what's up. Pink Panther, MXBC. Shout out to the MXBC. He said Canelo is the face of the MXBC. Yeah, that's about it. It used to be the face of boxing. Ronald Finkley, what's good with your brother? Carlos Mendoza, what's up? What's up? Yeah, man. So, yeah, Devin Haney has gotten screwed, guys. I never say he didn't get screwed. He's gotten screwed. He's gotten screwed royally by Suleiman and the WBC. And now he's finally pulling up arms and saying, hey, fuck you, Suleiman. What is this bullshit with my status? And this is what he should have been hollering. Like the first time Suleiman came in the press and he said that Lomachenko is our designated champion, Bill Haney and Devin Haney should have been on the phone immediately. Yeah. That's where all the problems started. Not what Teofimo did by beating Lomachenko. That didn't start the problem. Not what Teofimo did by beating Richard Comey, earning his fight with Lomachenko. That didn't start the problem. Mauricio Suleiman started the problem. So I hope that all of you idiotic Devin Haney fans hear this.
Yeah.
I hear y'all boy Devin Haney taking charge at Mauricio Suleiman. That's what you idiots need to do. Keep Teofimo's name out your mouth saying he got to see Haney. Go stand behind Devin Haney and y'all go run your mouth and take charge of Suleiman. For all of you content creators that have channels that have been talking this fallacy and foolishness about Teofimo Lopez, go stand behind your boy Devin Haney and take charge at Mauricio Suleiman, which is what I've been saying. Punch Drunk been saying it, and Rapstar, who comes around on, he's been saying the same thing. And the whole time y'all was saying Teofimo need to see Devin Haney. Get the fuck out of here with that. Get the shit right. That's what y'all need to do. Of course, it's a big fight. Envy Yildirim ain't shit, but an easy win. Who wants to see that crap? Not me. Not me, Remy. I tell you that.
I don't want to see.
Tone, respect you, my brother. Yeah. No, oh yeah, I respect T-Tone too. Except when he come at me with those fallacies, fam. Willie Williams, what's good with you, fam? I'm not trying to hear that bullshit. Realist is hot garbage. The ref and Canelo would be cherry picking like a blunt. Yeah, they would. But it's cherry picking to a sense. But let me say this, Ronald. We got to keep in mind that it will still be for a title, right? So we can call him a cherry pick, but then you got to call Tank Davis a cherry pick. You got to call a lot of these fighters cherry pick. You could even, at some level, call Crawford a cherry pick, getting his 4-belt undisputed, because it was easy fights on that route to get his 4-belt undisputed. Not like Jose Ramirez. Listen, I will say this too. Teofimo Lopez.
I'm back.
All right, real quick. Hold on, right quick. I hear you. Hold on. Teofimo Lopez and the winner of Josh Taylor and Jose Ramirez. Those guys would have earned their 4-belt undisputed outright because they fought fights to get it. Right? Usyk had an easy win within his journey. Crawford had an easy win in his journey. So we could say that this is cherry pick, but it's still for a belt. Sometimes guys will take a lesser fight, especially when we're talking a vacant title. I'm not making an excuse for the fight. I don't want to see the shit neither, Ronald. But I'm saying it is for a belt. We got to keep in mind it's for a belt, a vacant title, right? A vacant official title is the title that David Benavidez had to drop. That's the title that they'll be picking up. So it's an official title. All right, Corey Lee, what's up, fam? What you got for us?
What's going on, man? How's everybody doing today, man? Hope everybody's doing good today, man. That's all, man. Just, wishing everybody good vibes, man. Good vibes out there, man. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, for real, I need to holler at you about Teofimo, man. You picked Lomo to win, man. So what's up, D?
Corey Lee, you come to the wrong channel for that. I know you come to the wrong channel for that, because everybody.
I thought he was confused there for a second. I was like,
let me show you something that I got. Let me show you something I got on speed. Check this out right quick, Corey. This is on speed. I could drop that on you at any time. I could drop that on you at any time, son. Everybody already.
Damn, no.
Yeah.
Where the fuck he come from, though?
Yeah, I got that on speed, dog.
Damn, bro. I ain't even know you had that joint like that.
This Teofimo channel here. This is a Teofimo Lopez channel here.
I don't know. Lomo to win.
Who the fuck was that I told you when we was on your live? Whoever said that was a stupid fucking liar. Because everybody in this community, they already know who DJF has been.
You already know.
Yeah, they already know, man. Yeah. Lying his ass off. I ain't never picked no fucking
yeah.
Never. Never. Like, man, please. I was trying to tell
I can't wait to see D Jefferson, man. I was like, I can't wait to see him, man. I had you to pick Teofimo the whole time, though, didn't
you? Yeah, hell yeah. Bro, I've been advocating. Remember that idiot, he knows his sports, when I used to be over there? Bro, I told him about Teofimo way back then. Everybody had Shakur over T.O. Devin was over T.O. Tank was over T.O. Way back then when Teofimo won't looked at as one of the top guys, right? He was even with Ryan Garcia. I was like, man, all y'all crazy. Teofimo is the man. I was saying that shit way back then. Way back then.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I got to give you that, though, D. I got to give you that, though, D. I got to give you credit where credit's due, man.
There's something else you can remember, too, Corey Lee. Something else you can remember, too. We was on your channel for this, too. And I had to get in crypto color lights. And I know you remember this. This was way before, look, Keith Thurman and Manny Pacquiao. I was the only one over that motherfucker. I said, man, Manny Pacquiao going to beat Keith Thurman. But at that time, Crypto and all of them like D Jefferson, you crazy. Then the odds started changing. The closer we moved to that fight, people start dumping on Pacquiao's nuts. But I said that shit before everybody. I said Manny Pacquiao gonna beat Keith Thurman. Crypto Color Lights and all of them on Corey Lee channel was calling me crazy. But who the fuck won that fight? Right? Man, please don't play with me. Don't play with me because I will pull out receipts for that ass.
You got it right, man. You got it right, bro.
It's ice season, baby.
You got it right. Hey, look, my brother got it right. Some people think D Jefferson was crazy on some of the picks, but I'm like, damn, it's just a pick. I mean, why is it so bad? You know, just a pick.
Because people got their favorites.
They used to be really pissed at D Jefferson for picking like a different fighter and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Like, they used to be chilling and shit, but oh, you said it still it followed you.
Look, check it out. Red, Black, and Brown, you still in the comment section? Because I want to talk. So, Corey, I didn't see the article. If anybody else seen the article, if y'all in there, come pop it up. But Black and Brown said earlier that Bill Haney is now running around calling Teofimo a bitch. I can't make sense of this because I haven't seen the article, but why would you be calling Teofimo a bitch when you and your son have allowed Mauricio Suleiman to straight bitch you? So, in all actuality, it's you and Devin Haney who's the bitch because Mauricio Suleiman been treating y'all like a hoe in a brothel.
To be honest with you, the whole Teofimo and WBC thing, it's not Teofimo Lopez's fault. It is, but it's not. Teofimo Lopez is not Teofimo Lopez. He fought Lomo, and he could have let Lomo fight the mandatory, which was Devin Haney, but obviously Teofimo was like, I want to fight him. I have an opportunity to beat him down. Let's unify. And the WBC was like, well, we'll make up this fantasy franchise champion bullshit belt or whatever. And that way I can still get Teofimo to be a champion and Lomachenko. But to be honest with you, Teofimo is just the interim champion. If you want to get real technical about it, because when he beat Lomachenko, well, no, excuse me. Just disregard all of that. Devin Haney is the interim champion. Devin Haney is the interim champion because Lomachenko. Hold on, let me get this right. Hold on, my bad, y'all. Because this shit went both ways, and I was trying to think about how it went. You know what I mean? It's kind of mind-boggling the way you got to think about this bullshit. But it's like a man can really lose his train of thought thinking about the belt situation. I mean, it's that fucking, you know what I mean? Like, it's that deep, you know what I mean, with the belt situation. It's fucked up. It shouldn't even be like this. But it is like this.
That's what I gotta say. Okay. Here's the whole thing with this whole belt situation. And at least the way I see it. Devin Haney, like I don't really like to give either one of these guys too much heat in this situation.
But the only thing I was trying to explain, without cutting you off, the only thing I was trying to explain is I can't be mad at Devin Haney or I can't be mad at Teofimo. All of this could have been handled with Lomachenko fighting both of them pretty much. You know what I mean? Fighting Devin Haney first because he was the mandatory, and then fighting Teofimo second. But who's to say Lomachenko would even have got by Devin Haney? That's why I picked Teofimo. Now I got it together. I just had to get my words together. My bad, y'all. I mean, Bob Marley's a strong guy, you know? He's a strong guy, man. He carries gasoline with him as well. So you
yeah, right. You know? I ain't even had my wake and bake yet, but I'm on the way.
Hey, listen, man.
Let me say this right quick, Corey. Let me say this right quick. y'all check this out. So, here's the situation. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. That's fucking beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all see that? That's some real shit there. Look, so here it is. Here it is. This belt right here. And I put the one up with Mauricio Suleiman's idiot. This picture, right? Because he's the problem. This belt right here starts the whole fucking issue.
Yeah.
Gave Devin Haney. Devin Haney was the interim champion. He elevated Lomachenko. Bob Arum and Mauricio Suleiman, they elevated Lomachenko so that he could maneuver away from the Devin Haney situation, right? Because Devin Haney would have been able to put heat on Mauricio Suleiman, and they didn't want that heat. They wanted Lomachenko to be able to move how he wanted to move, the same thing they did with Canelo. What Mauricio Suleiman did is elevated Devin Haney to being the regular champion. He should have left it that way. But Mauricio Suleiman came back and took that designation as the regular champion, and he made Lomachenko the regular champion. So this is how I look at Teofimo's belt that he holds, because he holds a franchise belt, right? He holds the franchise belt, but he also holds another WBC belt, right? Suleiman has not made it clear to the fans. Here it is right here, guys. You already know I got all the pictures. Suleiman has not made it clear to the fans. There we go. You see that? Teofimo's holding two belts, one representing the franchise belt, the other one representing the exact same belt that Devin Haney is wearing. You cannot have two WBC champions. And Suleiman has everyone confused on which one of these guys are the actual WBC champion. So the way I see it is Devin Haney's belt and Teofimo's belt. Both of these belts are in question. Both of them. Holy hell. Corey, that is Corey Lee boxing for the people. Corey Lee is giving the people a show. Holy hell, Corey. All right. So both of these belts are in question, right? Both of them. I'm not really trying to hear that Teofimo's the full-fledged champion. I'm not really trying to listen to the fact that Devin Haney's the full-fledged champion. Mauricio Suleiman hasn't made it clear for any of us, fam.
Yeah.
For any of us. We don't know which one of these two young guys are the full-fledged champion. And it's not Teofimo's fault. It's not Devin Haney's fault. It's all Mauricio Suleiman. It's
I agree.
Suleiman's fault, fam.
I agree. I agree.
Like, I can't sit here and blame Devin Haney. I can't sit here and blame Teofimo Lopez. Suleiman has not made it clear to us which one of these guys are the actual champion. If it was Teofimo, he's 4-belt undisputed. If it's Devin Haney, Teofimo's not 4-belt undisputed. But it's not the fighter's fault. So Bill Haney coming out calling Teofimo Lopez a bitch, he's an idiot for that. Because you need to go to who caused the confusion. Your son's belt is just much scrutinized at this point as Teofimo's WBC champion belt. Both of their belts are scrutinized. Teofimo has one belt that's not scrutinized, and that's the franchise belt. Because Devin Haney doesn't have no rights to the franchise belt. But that other green belt that Teofimo is holding on his shoulder in that picture, that other green belt at this point is the exact same thing right there. It's this one. That's the exact same thing that Devin Haney is holding. Those belts represent the exact same thing. Now, who are we to say who's the champion or not? Because Suleiman ain't even made it clear. We can't say
Suleiman doesn't even know. Suleiman doesn't have a clue what's going on. You know, he mixes things up, and then, you know, he doesn't. I think he doesn't. Maybe he does recognize the consequences of his actions, but at the same time, I think he thinks he's so smart he confuses himself. And then he can't tell us what's going on because, you know, he can't explain what's going on because he doesn't have a clue himself. That's what I think. I think, you know. He
Yeah,
creates so much confusion,
yeah,
and
I
then he
don't
doesn't
think.
come out and tell us what you know what is the answers to the confusion he started in the first place.
Yeah, my thing with that, Brian, is that I don't necessarily think that Mauricio Suleiman is confused at all. That bastard's not confused. He's doing whatever he can to make the top amount of money, right? He's not confused. He know he's causing confusion. He don't give a
Yeah,
shit because
yeah,
all of the confusion he's causing keeps putting dollars in his pocket. And
yeah,
the worst situation to me is for Bill Haney and Devin Haney. Because look, Teofimo Lopez is franchise champion, recognized champion, then he has the other belt. You can guarantee that Lopez Sr. and Teofimo are not paying double sanctioning fees. They're not paying for both of those belts, right? They're paying for one of them. It's Devin Haney, the one who's getting smacked around because y'all still paying. Y'all gonna pay Suleiman sanctioning fees for this Gamboa fight, and he's fucking around with your status. So he's the
yeah,
one that's getting screwed more than anybody because Teofimo's sitting on top of the mountain. He can take and pick and choose whatever he wants to do. It's Devin Haney that's still trying to show his worth in this sport of boxing, and Suleiman's playing with that. He's playing with
yeah,
that that you have, and you're gonna go pay him for playing around with you. Bill Haney, while you want to call Teofimo bitch, y'all get ready to pay sanctioning fees, and Suleiman just totally disrespected you. Let that sink in, Bill Haney.
yeah,
So it's Devin Haney that's getting the short end of the stick concerning Suleiman. I
yeah,
mean, to me, that's flat out. That's just how it
yeah.
is.
You know, on fight night of the Gamboa fight, I want to see how the commentators and how everyone approaches the championship belt, the WBC championship belt that Devin Haney is fighting for the Lucas Gamboa fight. You know, I
I,
want to see how they address it.
I
You
think
know, do
honestly,
they
they should uh, announce
do they
him as the WBC champion.
yeah
When
do
he
they
goes
try to
in that
skip
way,
around it, or or do they announce him as the WBC? You
if
know, because
Teofimo's my bad, real quick, Brian. If Teofimo's not being called for about undisputed, not being recognized at full belt undisputed, when Devin Haney walks in that ring, they should be calling him the WBC champion. Period.
yeah, yeah,
And if they're not going to do that, then Teofimo should be announced as four belt undisputed. But
yeah,
right now it's so confusing because we don't know what the hell Devin Haney's status is, and ESPN BoxRec got him as champion. This, that, and the third. Teofimo's not being called four belt undisputed in some places. Some places he's being called four belt undisputed. So what the hell? We don't know what's going on.
no one knows. You
No one
see
knows
that
what's going on.
that's what I mean there, though. D. Um, how would they address it? Because he's with the zone, right? Um, how would the zone commentators address Devin Haney when he fights Lucas Gamboa? Is he the WBC champion, or do they, because they don't know what's going on, do they try to skip around it? You know, if the zone was my promoter, and uh, you know, I was under the thing of Eddie Hearn and Matchroom. I think he is under Matchroom, Devin Haney, and these guys were meant to be. I would be pushed to WBC belt. You know what I mean? Like if it's my broadcast, I'd be pushing. He is the WBC champion. But that's just me and my business. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
But I just want to know how they. I want to know how they address it. Is there any validity to what there's, like, because we don't know at the moment. I would love to know. I would love to know what's going on. I would love to know what's going on inside Richard Schuleman's head. I think everyone would, but as they're confusing everyone, and you can't bring a historical precedent into it, because you bring historical precedent into it, and at their discretion, they could change everything again.
Anytime they feel necessary. And
Yeah,
Mauricio Suleiman, that bastard don't know what's going on in his own damn head. More or less,
yeah.
us trying to figure it out. This
Well,
dude, man, he's just like, again, everything he does is just about money. And when you don't follow any principles, you have no integrity. It's hard to understand anything. You just got to chalk it up to him being greedy and trying to make more money. That's all it is, fam. That's what's going on. But I want to get back to Golden Boy because Golden Boy problems are not limited, guys, to Canelo Alvarez, right? Golden Boy has more issues on the table. Um, Oscar De La Hoya, he's in shambles right now. I'm telling you right now, guys, Golden Boy, they're not looking good over there. So Oscar De La Hoya has another situation, if you guys don't know, with Patrick Teixiera, because he's a Golden Boy fighter. He's currently the belt holder at 154 for that final remaining belt that Jamal Charlo, that game, cut it out, fam. Cut it out. It's like some of y'all guys are borderline with this silliness. It's not an easy fix for Devin versus Teofimo. That's the stupidest shit. That's a narrative, fam. So you saying this is what you're saying, Dead Game. Let me tell y'all how stupid this narrative is. This is why they keep trying to push Devin Haney. Like Teofimo needs to see Devin Haney. It's not an easy fix, Dead Game. The problem is not Devin Haney versus Teofimo. Get this through y'all fucking thick head. The problem is the franchise belt. It needs to be removed. That's the problem, Dead Game. That's the problem.
Now go one further.
And these two kids, we all talk about. This is the problem with these guys that push these narratives. These guys that started these narratives. These LDBC channels that started this narrative. And all of the people like Dead Game that want to run around pushing this narrative. This is what they don't understand. It's not an easy fix, Devin fighting Teofimo. The WBC and the franchise belt, Dead Game, is a problem in boxing.
Yeah.
Teofimo versus Devin Haney is only something you guys want to see. It does not fix our problem in boxing, the franchise belt. Now, if you want to offer to this conversation, Dead Game, if you want to offer something intelligent to this conversation, tell us how do we fix this problem with Suleiman and this franchise belt? Because do you think that this problem will end here if Devin Haney versus Teofimo fights each other? And Teofimo wins, Devin Haney wins. We'll have a 4-belt undisputed champion, no questions. Does that solve our problem with the franchise belt, Dead Game? Answer that. Click the fucking link, because you always like to bring this Devin Haney shit up.
Yeah.
I'll bury you every time on it. You can click the link, or you can answer it from the chat. I don't want to shit about Devin Haney, because everybody just sat up here and went through all of this about you can't blame Devin Haney or Teofimo. Brian agreed. Corey Lee agreed. Many people in the chat agreed. And then you come back, Dead Game, with the LDBC narrative. Certain channels that created this shit. You come back with the same narrative. Easy fix, Devin Haney versus Teofimo. So, that's your comment. Now I have a question for you. Junior, the truth knows. Appreciate you. New sub. Part of the Speak Your Mind Sports Talk family. Appreciate you, fam. That link in the chat. You welcome to it too, Junior. You can come up here and give your thoughts. So, Dead Game, I want to ask you, give me an answer to that question. If Devin Haney and Teofimo fights each other, how does that solve our problem with the franchise belt? Because Dead Game, you and the LDBC channels that's pushing this narrative have not addressed the problems that we had concerning the franchise belt with Canelo Alvarez and Jamal Charlo. Let's not forget that there was an issue there. And simply put, what the fuck does Teofimo and Devin Haney have to do fighting each other? Satisfy that problem, Big Game. I'm glad you decided to come up here. That's not an easy fix, fam, because we still have a problem as boxing fans in boxing. It's called the franchise belt. So Devin Haney and Teofimo fighting each other only satisfy one part, something that you guys desire, something that you guys think Teofimo needs to do, something that you guys want to see Devin Haney achieve at any means necessary. Just get a fight with Teofimo. If he goes in there and get knocked out, it'll probably be another fucking narrative behind that, because that's all these guys do over there fucking Blue Blood and BFTB and Fanon and them. They just keep creating narrative after narrative, and y'all run around spitting that bullshit. So I want to know, Dick, if Teofimo and Devin Haney was to fight, you say easy fix. How does this fix our problem with this Mauricio Solomon foolery and the franchise belt? How does that fix the franchise belt problem? Explain that game.
Well, what it does is it clears up the issue with that lightweight division where you're gonna have one champion on a controversy. But it does. I agree. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you just went out. I can hear you. We all heard that. That don't answer the question. That don't fix our problem with the franchise belt. That just satisfy you guys' misnomers about clearing up a situation at 135. That's all that clears up. We'll clear up the boxing fans problem with the franchise belt. That's what I'm asking you. We're talking about Suleiman. Hold on. Okay, hold on, Dead Game. Hold on. We talked about Suleiman. We talked about the franchise belt. I even talked about Canelo and Jamal. I talked about how Suleiman is causing all of this confusion. And you say easy fix, Teofimo versus Devin Haney. It doesn't fix everything we talked about. Only concern that these LDBC channels have is Devin Haney. They're not concerned with anything else but Devin Haney. That's why this narrative is bullshit. Because everybody just took Devin Haney from being responsible. We just took Teofimo out of responsibility. But you just put Teofimo back in the line of responsibility as he needs to fight Devin Haney. That doesn't solve what Suleiman's doing to boxing, fam. Suleiman
told you
something to boxing.
I told you that. I told you that a week ago. All you're doing is
you didn't tell me shit.
I told you. Listen, what I told you.
Hold up. No.
Go ahead.
Before you ever fucking came on here, let me get you straight on this bullshit. Before you ever fucking came on my live, I put up a live about Mauricio Suleiman saying all of that shit that you said last week. So you didn't tell me a motherfucking thing because I am not blaming individuals. That's what the LDBC narrative is doing. Teofimo has to do something. And I debunked that dumb shit before you and Pete ever came on my panel. And I put the blame where the blame goes on Suleiman, not what Devin Haney has to do, not what Teofimo has to do. So you didn't tell D. Jefferson a motherfucking thing.
So what I told D. Jefferson was the same thing you must have already said. Because I remember coming on here saying the only snake that we have to worry about right now is Suleiman. And I said, give it a week or two, and you're going to see more bullshit come out. When everybody was talking about, no, there's no controversy. And look at now, we're still talking about controversy. Okay? So, yeah, it's Mauricio.
You was talking about.
Listen,
you're
not even let me cook. You keep cutting me off.
Be truthful.
You keep cutting me off. You don't want to hear the truth.
No, because you just told two lies, man. One lie was this, that you told me anything about the Suleiman situation. I'm looking at it like a lie. And another lie was that the controversy that y'all talking about is that Teofimo needs to clear up 4-belt undisputed. That's not the controversy. The controversy is strictly Suleiman.
The controversy is also Suleiman. It's that franchise belt. That is a controversy. That's what's starting all the bullshit.
It's Suleiman, not Teofimo, and who he has to fight.
Okay.
Right.
So when I made the comment, just in that division, just to clear up the controversy, why don't Devin and Teo fight? Because Devin is not going to take that franchise belt. I'm gonna be honest with you. Devin don't want that shit. And most boxers
that offer it to him.
He don't want the shit.
They don't have a need to offer it to him.
First of all, nobody gets offered that belt. You have to petition for that belt. And Devin is not going to petition for that belt. Okay.
He has no need to petition for it.
If he wanted to, he could. It's what I'm saying. I'm saying if he wanted to, he could. That's what I'm saying. He has
no need to. So you
he don't need to.
Out of context, fam. That's how narratives are created, and I'm not letting that shit happen.
Why did Teo petition?
Okay, here we go. This is why I break down your silly narratives. All of them. Let's start from the fucking beginning of the real problem, because it ain't Teofimo. The beginning of the real problem of why the franchise belt was created starts with Canelo Alvarez for freedom to move how you want to move without mandatories being involved. This is why the belt was created. The other reason the belt was created was for Mauricio Suleiman's greed, so that he could collect sanctioning fees off of not one guy, but two. So this is why the belt was created. When it comes to the Lomachenko situation, it was the same principle. Petition Bob Arum on Lomachenko's behalf, not Vasil Lomachenko, petition for the belt so that he could move Lomachenko the way he wanted to move him. He didn't want to have Lomachenko stuck in a fight with Devin Haney that could risk those belts going over to Macro. What Bob Arum wanted was to keep that fight in-house so that no matter what, let me finish. Because
I agree.
Okay, well, you can agree, but let me finish. Agree on mute or something. Let me tell the people the truth and not narratives. So, Bob Arum petitioned to Mauricio Suleiman behind closed doors with no knowledge of Lomachenko so that he could move his fighter in a way to fight another one of his fighters, and that those belts stay with inside of the of top rank. All of those belts stay inside of top rank. And he would not have to risk those belts leaving top rank by fighting a Devin Haney. Now with Teofimo, which you say, well, why Teofimo petition for the belt? What Teofimo and Teofimo Senior petition for is to fight for something that is transferable. It wasn't for the franchise status so that they can move how they want to move. It's not the same. They didn't want to fight Lomachenko for nothing, basically. Why do we have to fight him for nothing? Because at the time, if you don't remember, the franchise belt was not transferable. So Teofimo is basically like, I got to put my belt on the line, but what am I getting from him concerning the WBC? So their petition was that a belt, whether they want to call it franchise or WBC champion, that a belt was transferable from Lomachenko, not so that they can move around and do all of this foolery like Canelo wanted to do, go up and fight Kovalev without having a mandatory, like Lomachenko wanted to do, fight Teofimo and keep the belts in-house without having a mandatory. That's why they did it. Teofimo and Senior only petitioned for that belt so that something could be transferred. We could say that we won this belt off of that champion. So let's get it right and get the fuck out of these narratives. They never petitioned for a belt so that they could be on the same foolishness. Period.
Well, let me ask you this question. You keep on talking about two. You keep on talking about the two belts that he won. Why didn't that? I mean, if one is the franchise belt, what's the other belt? Why wasn't that belt being the one transferred?
This is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you.
Well, why do man? You keep on cutting me off, bro.
Let me answer the question. Could you just answer the question? You asked me a question. I don't.
Shit, whatever. I'm trying to answer your question. You cut me off. Go ahead.
Doug, you just asked me a question. You just asked me a question, right? I don't need an explanation. Go ahead, finish. Go ahead. Don't ask me a question and give your answer and then ask me a question. Because you ask a fucking question and go on this long, drawn-out explanation, fam. Go ahead.
You're the only one that's long-winded, bro. I keep my shit short. I keep my shit short.
That's bullshit. Bullshit can come out short and sweet.
So what I said was, if we talking about a belt that's being transferred, first of all, every time we talk about Mauricio Suleiman, they can make whatever rules they want. 2 days before they fight, now they're saying that Teo is transferable. Well, and technically, the belt was that franchise title was never transferable. They said if you win, you will be granted it because you petitioned for it. And the reason, in my estimation, I think in Teo's situation, I think he should have petitioned for it if his idea was to move to 147 and go straight into that undisputed fight. That's the way to do it, by having that franchise belt to where you can move to different weights and go straight to that franchise fight. That's the way my understanding was. But if we're talking about a belt being transferred, what's the second belt? Why wasn't that belt transferred? Why did he need to do it?
Okay, Now, he didn't need the fucking franchise. See, this is why I'm so long-winded, because you say shit that's bullshit, and I gotta clear it up for my fans because they're not gonna believe any bullshit over here. So he didn't need to petition for the franchise belt so that he could go up and challenge the winner of Josh Taylor and Jose Ramirez. Because under the WBO exclusion, without the fucking franchise belt, he has that same right. He didn't need it for that. So that's a part of the narrative debunked. He did not need the franchise belt for that. Okay? He didn't need it.
Okay, and I understand.
Okay,
I understood that.
Let me finish. Just because you said something wrong don't matter. Let me finish. Now, with the other belt that's on Teofimo Lopez's shoulder, here is where Suleiman only has caused the confusion. This belt that's on his shoulder is exactly the same belt that Devin Haney is holding. Both of their belts right now are scrutinized. That is the franchise belt. This is the belt that makes Devin Haney belt scrutinized, and it makes Teofimo's belt scrutinized. That's the situation. Suleiman calls, not Teofimo, not Devin Haney. Suleiman caused that situation because prior to the goddamn fight, he remade the rulings. This franchise belt was never supposed to be transferable. Not when in a fight with Teofimo and Lomachenko, that was never meant to be transferable. It was an appointment. They appointed someone to have this belt, which is why you had to petition for it. But before their fight, Mauricio Suleiman came out and said that Lomachenko is our designated champion, which means he stripped Devin Haney of anything that you guys felt he owned. He doesn't own the WBC. And because the WBC is so crooked, and at the end of all of their rulings is at the WBC's discretion, well, at their discretion, they stripped Devin Haney of a belt that they basically gave to him. That's what happened. And then he gave this belt upon winning with Lomachenko, and plus the franchise belt to Teofimo. That belt recognized Teofimo beating the delegated champion for the WBC, which he delegated Lomachenko that. No, Devin Haney fans don't like it. Devin Haney fans don't think it's fair. Devin Haney fans feel like Mauricio Suleiman screwed him because he was the rightful champion. So how can Mauricio Suleiman just turn around and say, now Lomachenko's the champion? Of course you guys don't like it. And guess what? We don't like it either because we're tired of Suleiman's bullshit. But that's exactly what happened. And y'all don't want to accept that. Y'all want to say, fuck the WBC and their rulings. We're going to call Devin Haney the champion. It doesn't matter what you guys call him. It's the bullshit ruling that matters. Whether you like the bullshit ruling or not, that's what matters. Not what the LDBC channel says, not what Dead Game says. What Mauricio Suleiman and the WBC says is that belt represents the WBC champion. Is it fair? No. Is it right to Devin Haney? No. Does it clear up if this is the champion or Devin Haney's the champion? No. Those are the facts. Not no fucking narrative.
And that's the reason why I said to clear up some of the controversy, even though the franchise belt is still going to be lingering, but to clear up some of the controversy for the fans, why don't make the T.O. Devin fight? That's all I'm saying. And that way you have both guys with the same damn belt fighting for the same damn belt. And whoever wins, take all. And that's all I was saying. That's why I said for the fans, it would clear things up. Okay. Maybe not for you, but for the fans like myself and a whole bunch of others, it'll clear things up. But it would still leave that, I don't know. So if Devin beat Tio, is Tio still the franchise champion?
Who the fuck knows? Because see, there's another question that you guys will have. All right. And so let's say that Devin Haney goes on to beat Teofimo Lopez. I don't think it happens, but let's say he does, right? Well, WBC says this is their number one guy. But I can guarantee you Devin Haney fans will be like, no, he beat Teofimo, so he's undisputed. Not by the WBC's ruling. It will be the
So
same confusion. Hold on. So you can get this straight and take it back to the guys over there and tell them, because this is why they don't want to come see me. Now, it will still be the same confusion. You guys are saying that a simple fight with Devin Haney and Teofimo clears it up. And I'm telling you, no, the fuck it doesn't. Because WBC is the confusion. If the franchise belt holder is their number one guy, is their elected champion, then how would that make Devin Haney for a belt undisputed any more than it makes Teofimo right now? Explain that to me.
well, how does Lomachenko? I mean, is Lomachenko still franchise champion?
The belt was transferred. Just because Mauricio Suleiman said that I'm going to transfer this belt on this fight, don't mean he has to do it for Devin Haney. But y'all will just cry that that's not fair. Like everything y'all been crying, that's not fair for Devin. That's not fair for Devin. No, Mauricio Suleiman is not fair for boxing. Y'all making it about Devin. Yeah. He's not fair for boxing, my nigga. You making it about Devin Haney. Mauricio Suleiman is not fair for boxing. And what y'all got to realize is that a simple fight with Teofimo and Devin Haney don't clear a motherfucking thing up. This is what I keep trying to tell you guys. It doesn't clear anything up. It only pushes y'all narrative and puts heat on Teofimo, who has done everything the right way. That's all it does, is putting heat on the guy who has done everything the right way. The guy who has fought 2 champions. And just gives the guy who has fought no champion all the fucking goddamn, it puts the ball all in his corner. It gives Devin Haney all the favor. With that,
and you know what? And that's not fair. That's not fair to Teo. That's not fair to Teo.
Who cares about fair? That's what I'm telling you guys. I keep hollering at, oh, it won't fair. That Lomachenko, Devin Haney should have been fighting Lomachenko. Suleiman shouldn't have took the delegation from Devin Haney. It's not fair for Devin Haney. It's Suleiman. Y'all need to take y'all energy to Suleiman and stop giving demands on what he gotta see Devin Haney. He gotta see Devin Haney to clear it up. It will only be cleared up if Teofimo fight Devin Haney, and it won't clear up a motherfucking thing.
Look, I told you that last week that it was the problem.
You didn't tell me anything, but yeah, I hear you. You said that, but you didn't tell me.
I said it. Well, I told it to you. Well, I didn't tell you nothing I didn't tell you nothing you didn't already know, but I did tell you. Okay, but I did mention. I said the problem is with Suleiman, and if you give it a week or two, some more bullshit gonna come out. I said just give it about a week or two, and we're gonna see some more controversy bullshit come up. And it's all the whole problem is Suleiman is a snake, Bob Arum is a snake, and Eddie Hearn is a snake because they had to work. All 3 of them had to work it out for even Devin not to even get the Luke Campbell fight he was supposed to get. Okay, that fight should have went to Devin Haney, where they pushed Devin to the side like a little bitch. Like, I mean, look, bro, I understand. Me and you is agreeing with everything, bro. Yeah, me and you is agreeing.
Except one thing, we agree with everything, but except one thing: that a fight between Devin Haney and Teofimo clears all of this up. And I keep telling y'all that's just not true. That is a narrative that started with certain LDBC channels. And now that narrative is trying to be pushed. And every day you, P-Boxing, or anybody else come up here with that shit, I am pushing that narrative the fuck back. Because Devin Haney and Teofimo fighting each other does not clear this up. That's the narrative. See? And that narrative only puts heat on the guy who has done everything right. Not Bob Arum, who started this shit by petitioning for the belt. Not Lomachenko. Not Mauricio Suleiman, who introduced the belt. Not the Devin Haney and Bill Haney that allowed the WBC to bitch them. It just puts all the heat on Teofimo. That's all that narrative does. Tell me how it doesn't put heat on anybody else but Teofimo.
Hey, I agree totally, bro.
Blue Blood and BFTB and Fernandez come tell me, how does it put heat on anybody else but Teofimo? Y'all please tell me this with y'all great narrative that Teofimo has to see Devin Haney. Teofimo has to fight Devin Haney to clear all of this up. Listen to what y'all saying. Teofimo has to fight Devin Haney to clear all of this up. A situation that won't clear anything up, and all y'all doing is putting heat on the guy who has done everything right. 16 fights, 8 fights less than Devin Haney. He beat 2 fucking champions, and y'all want to put all the heat on him.
Well, technically, if I was Devin Haney, I would have pressure because I'd be ready to throw that belt in the trash, personally.
Which is something that Punch Drunk said long ago. But again, I want a question. I want an answer to my question. Because I answer all questions. I debunk them. I answer them all. So I want you, BFTB, for non-blue blood, I want y'all to answer me this question. How the fuck does Mauricio Suleiman and Bob Arum's foolishness, why is all the heat on Teofimo? Answer me that question, because that narrative that they put out puts all the heat on Teofimo. Give me an answer to that question. Why does all the heat have to go on Teofimo? See? And I don't, at this point that game, I really don't want you to answer that question. I actually want, it's rhetorical, and I really want you to leave that question alone. I want those cowards created the narrative to come over here and answer that question. That's Brian, go on mute for a second. You're making a lot of noise, man. That's all right, I got you. That's what I want. I want those cowards that created the narrative, which I keep calling them out, BFTB, Fanon, Blue Blood. Come over here and click this fucking link and answer me that question. So, Brian, I'm going to put you on mute because you got whatever you're doing, you got a lot of static coming through. I want you guys to come over here and answer the question. With Mauricio Suleiman causing all of this confusion, with the fight between Devin Haney and Teofimo basically not clearing a fucking thing up, why is it a demand that he has to see Devin Haney? Because this is what you guys are saying. Fuck what Mauricio Suleiman did. Forget about the fact Devin Haney and them didn't throw the belt in the trash. Let's put all the heat on Teofimo and say he has to see Devin Haney to clear all of this up, even though it won't be cleared up. Why is this narrative in play? Blue Blood, Fanon, BFTB, Barbershop. Why is this narrative in play? Why y'all trying to put all the heat on this thing? That's what I want to answer to. And none of these motherfuckers can answer that question. They could just keep telling me, well, Devin Haney should have had a fight with Lomachenko. Even if he had a fight with Lomachenko, he still wouldn't have had 4 belts because this burgundy belt right here was in the hands of Teofimo. So even if he would have fought Lomachenko, at best, he would have just had 3 belts. He still wouldn't have been 4 belt undisputed. And the situation that y'all claiming that would be cleared up wouldn't have been cleared up because Teofimo was the IBF champion. IBF champion was Teofimo. So why all the heat got to be on Teofimo now?
Well, we're gonna see what we're gonna do whenever Devin Haney, November 7th, I think, whenever he fight, we're gonna see what they say his belt is. And if they say he's the WBC champion, that means Teofimo is not undisputed. And for him to be undisputed, he needs to go through Devin Haney, basically.
Okay, and I'm gonna put this up on the screen so that everybody can see. No answer to the question again, just like I thought.
You told me you didn't want me to answer the question.
Because you can't, bro. Because it's a bullshit narrative. There's no answer to that question. I can't put no fucking heat on Teofimo and keep saying that this fight is gonna clear anything up. Because it won't.
Well, the only heat is, like I said, if they are calling Devin Haney the WBC champion, like earlier you said they should, or you said they would, then how is Teofimo undisputed? So it's nobody have any heat. If you want to be undisputed, go through Devin Haney. And that's why I said to fix some of these issues, just let them 2 fight.
That's not what you said, but that's not what the narrative is saying. So let's keep in context of this bullshit narrative.
And like I said last, and like
my turn. You can come up here and water shit down and give logic to you about what you saying. I'm pushing on this bullshit narrative. From day one when y'all said that
who is y'all? Who is y'all?
Okay, hold on. I will tell you who is y'all because you shared on this and you just said it about a minute ago. Teofimo has to see Devin Haney to clear it up. Day one, when y'all said that shit, I said specifically, Teofimo don't have to see Devin Haney for a motherfucking thing. And I'm saying it now. Same thing. So what I'm saying, you can water it down on, your logic and say, well, what I'm saying, but that's not the narrative. The narrative that was created was putting pure heat on Teofimo, and y'all have no answers to that question. See, the only thing I get is y'all come up here and try, then y'all leave the fucking live panel, or BFTB and them never even show up to the live panel. But not BFTB, Fanana, none of them are answering this question that I asked. It doesn't clear a damn thing up. There will be confusion. You even said yourself, last week, watch a week later, there'll be more confusion with Suleiman. So how is a fight with Devin Haney and Teofimo going to clear things up when it could be confusion the day of the fight from Mauricio Suleiman? It's going to be confusion because the confusion is not a fight between Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez. That's not the confusion. The confusion is this right here, the WBC franchise belt, which says that that's the number one guy, the delegated guy at the WBC. That is the confusion. So even if Devin Haney wants to beat Teofimo Lopez, the only thing you guys will sit there and say, especially the guys that created the narrative, nah, he's the real 4-belt undisputed champion. Now, I don't care what Mauricio say because he beat Devin Haney. It'll still be the same confusion out there. It will still be the same confusion out there because the belt will be scrutinized like both of their belts are scrutinized right now. It's not just Teofimo's belt that's scrutinized. The same scrutiny is held with the belt that Devin Haney's holding. The same scrutiny. So if you could say Teofimo is scrutinized at 4-belt undisputed, okay, I will accept that. But Devin Haney is scrutinized as even being a real champion or not.
And look, that's where we agree, D. And that's where your narrative changed from last week to now.
Stop it.
But that's where your thought of training changed from then to now. All I said was then, man, look, give it a week. Watch the controversy. And you know what the controversy comes from? It comes from the fans, brother. And that's why I said, if they fight each other, you taking Mauricio Suleiman out the picture, right?
No, you're not.
Okay.
No, you're not. And since you just see, this is why I'm not letting you get away with it. My train of thought ain't fucking changed ever, fam. I've been consistent the whole time. I didn't change my mind. I didn't change no train of thought. Don't slide those words. That's where your train of thought changed from then to now. When has it changed? I've been saying the same fucking thing the whole time. I've never changed.
You haven't. No, you haven't.
Get the fuck out of here, that game. You can listen. You can come up here and say that, but all of my listeners know that I've been consistent with this bullshit the whole time. It's Suleiman's fault. I've never changed from that, and I kept going.
You did say that. You did say.
I kept going at y'all when you first came here. You and Peach first came here with this and said, "Stop blaming Teofimo. It's Suleiman's fault." Until this day, I'm still saying it's Suleiman's fault. So when did I ever change? Never.
Let me put another perspective. Okay.
Yeah, no. Answer a question first, man. You keep deflecting. When did I ever change? You just accused me of changing, and my first initial shit before either of y'all ever came on here, before they ever came out with this bullshit narrative, was that Suleiman is fucking up the sport of boxing. He's fucking up this whole situation with this franchise belt. Today, I'm saying the same thing. Devin Haney and Teofimo don't clear up anything. It's Suleiman's fault. So you tell me, if you discharge me with changing from then to now, explain yourself. How did I change? I never did.
What you said was Devin Haney has a email belt, right? What you said was Devin Haney is not even a champion, is what you said. All I said was, if you go on any reputable internet page, they have Devin Haney, WBC champion. Now this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to also say this. If you are a real boxing fan, and if you understand the history of boxing, okay, Devin Haney was never the champion. If you understand the real history, right? Because even though they screwed him, they did screw him. And Lomachenko got that belt, the WBC belt, okay? Now, whether he got franchised or not, whether he dropped the belt or not, which he did drop it, if you want to look at it as a real boxing fan, Lomachenko's still the champion, right? So when Teo beat him, Teo is now the champion. But it's all, like you said, it's Suleiman's bullshit that's confusing the people. Devin Haney should have never been granted that. He should have never got that belt. He should have never got that belt. If Teo can be franchised and still hold a belt, then the same thing should have went for Lomachenko. He should have been franchised and still hold a belt. If he lose, then he can still be franchised and still pay sanctioning fees and still move around.
Okay. So all you just did was basically agree with me that it's all Suleiman's fault. That's what that statement did.
Dude, I said it was Suleiman's fault last week.
Yeah, but I want to know, you still, this is why I put it up on the screen. Another question not answered. I asked you, you charged me with changing my stance. You still have not answered how I changed my stance. You went around and said something that agrees with what I'm saying. But if that was my stance before, and now you're agreeing with what I'm saying, how the fuck did I change my stance?
Just a minute ago, you said Devin Haney was the WBC champion.
I said Devin Haney. See, you don't listen because you're too willing and ready to push a narrative. Let me reiterate what I said. And if you don't believe it, just go on YouTube, rewind it back, and you will hear it. Devin Haney is the champion whose belt scrutinized. The same way this belt he's holding is scrutinized. So if you guys are not going to call Teofimo for belt undisputed at the same time because of Suleiman, you cannot sit there and call Devin Haney a full-fledged champion because both of the belts that they're holding are scrutinized. That's what I said. And I've never changed the stance, fam. Never.
So what are you telling me right now, whether it's scrutinized or not? Are you telling me that Devin Haney is the WBC champion? Whether it's scrutinized or not, tell me yes or no.
This is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you. Both of them are the fucking WBC champion. Because Suleiman says so. Because Suleiman says so.
Because Suleiman says so.
And that makes both of their belts under scrutiny. That puts both of their belts under scrutiny. Because you cannot have two champions wearing the same damn belt. We all know this, boxing fans. So Suleiman has put both of them under scrutiny. If you guys want to call him a fucking champion, you can, but you have to call Teofimo a champion and recognize him at 4-belt undisputed. You guys don't want to recognize him at 4-belt undisputed because there's scrutiny under his belt. So if you want to take that stance, then you have to say Devin Haney's not a champion and he's under scrutiny as well. But you cannot have it both ways. You cannot just decide Devin Haney's the champion and scrutinize 4-belt undisputed with Teofimo Lopez. That's what I'm saying.
So what we're talking about is two guys who have two belts. They both holding the same belt, right? That's what we're talking about.
What I'm talking about. Okay, you're not gonna give meaning to what I'm saying. I'll give you the meaning. You don't have to accept it. What I'm talking about is Mauricio Suleiman has not made it clear to the fans which one of these guys are champions. But if we're going to accept a bullshit narrative created from the WBC, from the LDBC, I'm going to break it down like this. You can't have it both ways. If you're going to push a bullshit narrative saying that Teofimo is not a 4-belt undisputed champ and he has to see Devin Haney to clear something up, then you cannot call Devin Haney a full-fledged champion because he is under the same scrutiny that Mauricio Suleiman has created. So if you guys want to sit there and scrutinize Teofimo, then you have to keep the same energy and scrutinize Devin Haney. That is exactly what I'm saying. You can mix it up how you want. I just explain what I'm saying. Everybody understands what I'm saying. You cannot push narratives and diminish one guy and pump up the other one. That's all this narrative does when we say, well, Teofimo got to see Devin Haney to clear it up. You're only saying Teofimo has to do. Teofimo has to do when Mauricio Suleiman has done it all.
So let me ask you this question. And this is my last question because, you know, we didn't cook this thing till it's burnt, okay? If Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez fight, the winner of that fight, would you consider the winner of that fight the WBC champion without any controversy?
No. No.
Why?
because Mauricio Suleiman would not have made things clear. Because unless he decides to transfer that belt, this was a one-fight deal where he decided to transfer the franchise belt. But under his own ruling, the main champion of the WBC, read it up, is the guy who holds this belt. So if he didn't transfer that belt to Devin Haney, and Devin Haney was holding all 4 belts and Teofimo still has the franchise, and he's delegated as the number 1 guy, then how is Devin Haney the WBC champion?
Even if Devin Haney beat Teofimo Lopez,
Even if he beats him, because that's the WBC ruling. So how is he the champion?
Okay, I got you. Okay.
No, you got me, but how is he the champion if that's the WBC ruling? Answer that question. I want you to say he's not, because that's the reality of it. You have to accept that. He will be in the same situation that Teofimo is in now. That's all that will happen that day, which is why it's a bullshit narrative. Teofimo has to see Devin Haney. What has to be done is Mauricio Suleiman has to clear things up. Devin Haney versus Teofimo is not going to clear things up. That's the narrative y'all pushing. You just put a comment in there saying it. That does not clear things up. It doesn't.
Look, you adding words. I said to clear things up, Devin Haney and Teo needs to fight. That means Devin Haney. That means not just Teofimo needs to get it done. Devin Haney also needed to get his side done also. So it's a two-way street here. I'm not just putting all the weight on Teofimo. I'm not going to do that. I'm saying for the fan. I'm saying to clear things up for the fans. To me, if the winner out of that fight would be the WBC champion. Right now, I think they should take both belts from both guys. To me, and let them two fight. Whoever wins is going to be considered WBC champion. Now, what you're going to do with the franchise? Okay. Hey, you like you said, you can't even lose a franchise. You can't even lose it. Once you designated franchise, you can't lose it unless Mauricio Suleiman come out and say you can lose it.
Okay, so Lomachenko won a WBC belt. He won that, okay, by beating a fighter in the ring. You don't disagree with that?
I agree totally.
Teofimo Lopez won the WBC belt by beating a fighter in the ring. Do you agree with that?
He won the IBF.
No. We're not talking about no IBF. We're talking about 2 belts that was handed to him by the WBC for fighting a champion at Lomachenko. Let's keep it a buck. Teofimo Lopez beat, whether you agree with Suleiman's appointment or not, the facts are Teofimo Lopez won a WBC championship belt by beating a champion. Fact or not?
Because Mauricio Suleiman stated a day or two before the fight that, it's a fact. Because I mean, if Mauricio Suleiman said that Lomachenko is the WBC champion, then he screwed over Devin. And yes, that is what it is. I guess we had the mercy of Mauricio Suleiman. It's whatever he said.
You see how hard it is for you to answer a question, fam? It's all you had to do was say yes. We don't have to go through all of that because yes, Mauricio Suleiman said it before the fight, but he also handed him a fucking belt, saying, "This is what I was saying. Here's a belt to him. That's this belt. Forget about the franchise belt right now. The belt when he said Lomachenko's our recognized champion. After the fight, he handed him a belt. So not only did he say it, he proved it by handing him a belt. So it's an easy yes or no question. It is a fact that Teofimo Lopez won a WBC championship belt by fighting a champion. That is a fact. It is a fact that Lomachenko won a WBC belt fighting for it in the ring. That is a fact. Are any of those something that D. Jefferson made up, or are those facts?
What his facts is, Lomachenko won a WBC belt. He did.
By fighting in the ring.
And he dropped that bitch. He dropped it to be a trophy champ. He dropped it, okay? Now, Devin Haney was designated the WBC championship, okay? 2 days before the fight, or a day before the fight, Mauricio Suleiman said, and I didn't hear it, but I'm going on your word. Mauricio Suleiman said that the belt is on the line now. The Devin Haney's belt is now on the line. Which, okay, yes. The short answer is yes. Okay.
See, all right, guys. So I'm not even going to answer any more questions. I'm just going to give you guys a statement, so we don't have to go through all of this shit. It is a fact that Lomachenko fought for a WBC belt and won it, fighting a fighter.
And drop
my turn there, gang. I gave you your shine.
Don't skip dropping it though. You put it all in there.
No. First off, dog, this is my show, okay? And I put out things that's truthful without narratives behind it. You don't have to like it. Hold on. You don't have to like it, but this is my show, fam. So you can't tell me not what to say. You can't do that. This is my show.
Well, for the people, say it all. But for the people that don't know,
I can do all I want, considering what I feel for the people. You can't dictate that. You got to go on mute and let me get my shit off. That's all you can do, fam. That's why I built my channel. I earned the right to do that. Now, I'm going to start over again without being interrupted. Here's the facts. Here's the full out facts. Lomachenko went in the ring, fought a fighter. He fought a fighter and won a WBC title. Regardless of what he decided to do with it after, he got in the ring, fought a fighter, and won a WBC title. Those are facts, 100%. Here's another fact. Teofimo Lopez got in the ring and won a WBC title. Not a franchise, but a WBC title by beating a champion, beating a guy to win that title. That's a fact. Here's another fact. Devin Haney did not get in the ring to earn any title by beating a guy besides the interim title. That is the only title he ever stepped in the ring to fight for and win. Unlike Lomachenko and unlike Teofimo Lopez. And my thing is this, a fight between Devin Haney, who only ever won an interim title, that's all he ever won, and a fight between Teofimo Lopez, who won all of his titles by fighting a guy in the ring. Those two fighters do not clear up the Mauricio Suleiman's bullshit at all. It doesn't clear a fucking thing up. And even if Devin Haney was to win, even if he was to win, it would still be the same confusion. The same confusion will exist from the WBC, no matter what these two kids do. Problem is Mauricio Suleiman and the WBC. We can water this shit down and say, okay, some of the part is on Devin Haney, some of the part is on Teofimo. What I'm going to say, what I've been consistent about, what I've not changed any fucking stance on, is that Mauricio Suleiman is causing all of the confusion and all of the heat, all of the demands, all of the things that what this guy has to do, what that guy has to do, has to be put at Mauricio Suleiman. It's what Mauricio Suleiman has to do, not Devin Haney, not Bill Haney, not Teofimo Sr., not Teofimo himself. No heat goes to them. The heat, what will clear up this situation only is Mauricio Suleiman. Not a goddamn fight between two fighters that are not even fucking 24 yet. It's just starting their career off. Nothing goes on their shoulders. Not Devin Haney nor Teofimo. It goes on the shoulders of the WBC. That's the facts, man. Everything else is a fucking narrative. And I've proven that over and over and over again.
I agree 100%. The only thing that I have a little disagreement on is that to me, it's only Lomachenko and Haney that made bad decisions. Teofimo did what he had to do. I don't put no blame on Teofimo.
I don't put no blame on any of them. Not even Lomachenko, because Lomachenko didn't make no fucking decision. The reality is Bob Arum petitioned for that belt and handed it in Lomachenko's lap. That's what happened. Because Bob Arum wanted those belts to stay inside of Top Rank. It wasn't Lomachenko. Lomachenko came out in a video over in the Ukraine. He said he had no idea what was going on. And it's absolutely 100% believable because Bob Arum's a fucking snake and he's about making money. And he can make money either way if these belts stay inside the top rank. Well, who got them all now? Teofimo, not Devin Haney. They all stayed inside the top rank. It was Bob Arum's foolery. So I'm not blaming Vasil Lomachenko. I'm not blaming Teofimo Lopez, and I'm not blaming Devin Haney for Mauricio Suleiman's foolery. What I'm saying to Devin Haney and Bill Haney is they should have tossed that fucking belt in the trash the same way Naoya Inoue did. They should have just tossed it in the trash immediately. They should have went the WBO, the IBF route, or something like that. They shouldn't have entertained this bullshit with Mauricio Suleiman and allow him to say, "You're a champion." Nah, you're not a champion. Yeah, you're a champion again. No, you're not a champion again. That's the only thing I say for them, but I'm not blaming them. But they should have thrown this shit away. Like Punch Drunk said a long time ago.
Why did Inoue throw it in the trash?
Because it's because of the shit that Devin Haney's going through now. He already knew there's some shit behind that belt. So before even going through that bullshit, he threw it the fuck away when they handed it to him. That's why. Go read the articles if you don't believe it.
Much respect to Inoue. Much respect.
And Devin Haney and Bill Haney did. They took the belt, they pay sanctioning fees and being treated like little bitches. And that's the fact.
Much respect to the monster, bro. Much respect.
So again, I've not ever changed my stance on anything. Yes, big Merc. Thank you, fam. Like that's all I try to do is speak facts. I don't speak no narratives, fam. BFTB and all of those guys created this narrative. And you got a lot of people running around pushing this narrative of what Teofimo has to do. That shit ain't never gonna work over here at any level. That shit don't clear nothing up. That fight don't clear up a fucking thing, fam. It don't. Mauricio Suleiman's foolishness is not going to be cleared up until that franchise belt is removed. But at this point, he's making so much money. Why would he remove it? Because let's keep things in perspective. Him removing that belt only means less money in his pocket. Why would he do that? Why would he do that?
Well, he's about to try and do it for every weight class, and he also trying to add a additional weight class.
Right. So why would he remove anything? You just get ready to create more problems in boxing. And all of these fans going to be running around blaming boxers in their camps for what they have to do to prove anything. Even though Mauricio Suleiman is bringing all of this foolishness to the table, they want to say that Teofimo has to see Haney. The only thing that clears it up is Teofimo and Haney fighting. That's all bullshit. That's all complete bullshit. And I've proven that 100 fucking times. That's bullshit. That's a bullshit narrative. That's why my questions that I ask are so difficult to be answered. They're difficult. But all of these questions that I'm asked, when people ask me about it, I clear it up, break it down, no sweat. My questions has got to be bouncing around, deflected, going on to somebody else, Lomachenko deciding to drop a belt, Evan Haney being treated unfairly. That's how my questions are answered. But when I'm asked the questions about this, I go right to the facts. Not no fucking what I feel, what I think, what my idea on it is. No, I go to the facts, not no personal opinions. Those narratives that BFTB and Blue Blood and them created are based on a lot of fucking speculation and personal opinions, but no facts behind it. I put the facts behind it. So tell me when I'm not putting the fucking facts behind it. And don't come up here telling me I'm flip-flopping or trying to change my stance, because I've had the same fucking stance from day one. Before Blue Blood and them created this bullshit narrative, I was already yelling at Suleiman. They changed no fucking stance. I was yelling at Suleiman and Canelo Alvarez for accepting the bullshit when it happened in the beginning. Now all of a sudden I changed my stance. Get the fuck out of here with that. I got receipts. Go look back on my fucking lives, dude. I ain't never changed no fucking stance on nothing. Because you have to change your stance and bounce around and deflect from fucking questions when you're basing everything on a fucking narrative. I don't do narratives over here. I do facts over here. Facts. The truth shall set you free. The truth is always consistent. The truth, you don't have to backtrack. So I don't have to backtrack or change any goddamn thing because I base everything on the fucking truth, the facts. So stop me when I'm saying something that's not a fucking fact. And none of you guys can do it. Not you, Dead Game, not P-Boxing, or not the guys that created this fucking narrative. Y'all have never challenged my facts, ever.
Listen, bro. It's not all about trying to win a debate, bro.
It ain't about a debate.
And what I said was
narratives. That's what this is about.
what I said was, in the beginning, you did say that Teofimo was the champion, was the undisputed champion, hands down, no controversy. And what I said was, okay, he's the champion, but there's controversy. There's an asterisk. And now you're saying there is a controversy. That's all I was trying to get my point across. 1 minute, last week you said there was absolutely no controversy. You got on me about that. I said, okay, give it a week. Now a week didn't pass. Now we're saying there is controversy. That's all I was trying to say, brother.
Okay, Brian. And I'm glad you're here, Brian, because when these lies come out, I always need backup. Now, Brian, I'm going to repeat what I said last week, and you tell me if this is not a fact or not. What I told Dead Game and P-Boxing last week is that there's no controversy, but what you guys are making controversy. The problem here is Mauricio Suleiman. I say you call Teofimo 4-belt undisputed, or you could call him a 4-belt unified champion, lineal and Ring Magazine champion. Do whatever you want. But Teofimo don't have to see Devin Haney for shit. That's what I said. Right or wrong, Brian?
100% correct.
100%.
That's a lie. That's a bullshit lie.
Don't do it. Don't cut nobody off.
And no, you asked him a question and he made a statement.
Can't do it because this was, I asked Brian something, so it was basically me and Brian talking. So you had to have cut one of us off. Let us talk, fam. You can sit up here and call me a liar and a backtracker. That's what you remember. But I had someone else who was on the panel, and he just said 100%. So now it's basically 2-1. If you're full of shit and I'm not, you can't accept that. Don't. But that's the fact. Go back and listen to the live. I said that you guys. Hold on, guy. I'll give you the floor next. You can say whatever you want. I said that you guys, you and P, and those guys creating a narrative are making the controversy. When the controversy is Suleiman. What I was getting on you guys about is that you're not gonna put the heat on Teofimo to do anything because y'all said Teofimo has to see Devin Haney. That's where all of this started from. I said Teofimo don't gotta do a motherfucking thing. That's where it started from. And then I say you can call him 4-belt undisputed, or you can call him a 4-belt unified champion lineal Ring Magazine. No matter how you look at it or chalk it up, he still has all the belts. That's exactly what I said, fam.
That's what he said last week.
Go rewind it, motherfucker. Brian remembers. Everybody else in the chat who was here probably remembers. You and guys that push narratives say things to make it fit your narrative.
Yeah, and I said last week I thought Teofimo was undisputed.
Thank you.
And I stole it. I think Teofimo Lopez.
What did I say, Brian? I said, call him what you want to call him.
Yeah.
That's all I ever said, Dead Game, last week. Call him what you want to call him. That's what I fucking said, fam. No fucking backtracking here. Again, you don't have to backtrack when you spitting the truth, Dead Game. You don't have to backtrack.
Yeah. So
no, hold on. Dead Game's
undisputed.
Let Dead Game call me a liar again. Explain me being a liar. Go ahead, your floor, Dead Game.
The reason why I said that, and it's no disrespect because we all men and we can all talk, is all good, right? But the reason why I said that was because first you said Devin Haney was the champ. Mauricio Suleiman came out and transferred the belts. This and that. Is Devin Haney is an email champ. All this and that. Okay. Now today I'm getting. Okay, now there is a little controversy. And all I said then was give it a week and we're going to see the controversy. He's like, there is no controversy. There is no controversy. But 30 minutes ago, you said there is a controversy, right? Didn't you say that? I'm asking you a question now. Didn't you say there
Dude,
is a
I'm not talking
controversy in
until
it?
you finish. I
No,
will answer that when you're totally finished. I gotta answer for it, but I will answer it when you're totally finished. I'm not picking in pieces here. Your floor.
okay. I'm done. I just told you why I said you flip flopped on it, right? And you flip flopped because in last week you said there is no controversy. You got on me about it. All I said was, look, there's a controversy. Okay, yeah, he's the champ. Okay, there's a controversy. There's a problem. There's an asterisk. Okay, and if you really want, like I just said, if you look at it, Teofimo beat the man who Teofimo won the belt in that fight. Neither of them had the belt. He won that title in that fight. He dropped the belt. Okay, when he dropped the belt, they gave the belt to Devin Haney, right? Whether he won it or not, he got the belt, right? And all I was trying to say, DJ, there was a controversy. I said it last week, and I said give it a week or two, and we're gonna see the bullshit come out. Okay, and now today you're saying there is a controversy. So that's all I'm saying, brother. I'm done.
All right. So for everybody who's just stepping in the building, I'll reiterate because I'm going to probably have to do this 2 or 3, 4 more times until one of those cowards that created the narrative want to come up here and debate this, so I can put that shit to bed. And all of these people running around spreading that narrative will have no more to say because I would have put the creator to bed, to sleep. Okay. Now, I said that narrative that they're pushing created this controversy. I said Teofimo don't have to do a motherfucking thing. He holds all the cards. He's the king at 135. That's exactly what I said. But if we want to talk about backtracking, this man that's throwing the charges again at me is one that completely backtracked, 100% backtracked. Because this same man that wants to accuse me for backtracking said last week that if Teofimo does not fight Devin Haney, he's a bitch. And then he backtracked and restated. That's a fact.
Facts.
Right. That's who backtracked.
Yeah, I gotta go, D.
All right, Brian. I appreciate you, fam.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
You too. Those are the facts, fam. And if Blue Blood or Fanon or any of them who created this narrative come on here, I will have them backtracking. Because the whole idea that Teofimo would be ducking Devin Haney, that came from them. If a guy that just won all 4 belts ducks a fighter of a lower caliber of the fighter he just beat, yeah, I would call him a bitch too. But that ain't what happened. And that's why I said that's a bullshit narrative. And none of them want to come up here and defend the narrative that they created. See, if I say something, I will defend it like I've been doing for the past 2 fucking weeks with not only Dead Game and Pete Boxing, but a whole lot of other people. I've been defending what I've said because I've been saying the truth. They refuse to come defend the bullshit narrative that they put up. They got Dead Game, Pete Boxing, and other guys, L-Dog, coming over here defending their bullshit narrative because they're not man enough to stand up on what they say. I am. I put the link in the chat so that the Dead Game, the Blue Bloods, the Fanons, the L-Dogs, the Pete Boxing, or anybody else that want to come debate or tell me I'm wrong on what I say can click that link. I back my shit up with facts. I validate the things that I'm saying with facts. They cannot validate this bullshit narrative with any facts. They will only be backtracking. And that, my friend, is the truth. That's all the truth right there. Because the creators have not come here. I've given you, P, and L-Dog respect over and over again, Big Game, because at least you guys are coming over here and discussing it. But the guys that created the narrative, they won't even come over here and discuss it.
I'm not getting my narrative from nobody, though, bro.
I didn't say you did. I said the guys that created the narrative, which they were saying, see, this is the same shit that I told P Boxing last week. Y'all don't have to get y'all narrative from them. Okay, I agree with that. You guys are thinking about this in your own perspective, in your own mind. But it is the same as the bullshit narrative that they created before you guys came out with this. I didn't hear anything from Dead Game or Pete Boxing, but I heard those guys saying all of these same things before I heard from you guys. I know that those guys has the biggest voice in the YTBC. Let's keep it honest. We don't have to like it, but the LDBC has the biggest voice in the YTBC. Those are the facts. The LDBC has the biggest voice in the YTBC. So these LDBC channels, the certain LDBC channels that created this narrative about everything that's exactly the same as what Boxing and Dead Games are saying. That's how it is. Whether you got it from them or not, they were pushing that bullshit first.
I don't know, because we was chopping this shit up before I heard anything. We was chopping this shit up on your channel immediately after this, bro. So maybe they got
you showed up, and I've told you that plenty of times before. I was debunking that narrative before you ever showed up, bro. And my fans know this. You weren't the first to say it on this channel. I was the first who said that shit on this channel because I was debunking them before you ever fucking touched this panel. That's the facts. The facts, Dead Game. See, it's no denying the facts.
So basically, what you're telling me is we at the mercy of Mauricio Suleiman. And that's what you're telling me.
That is the facts. It's not what I'm telling you. You tell me how I'm wrong.
I'm not telling you. I cannot tell you that. I cannot. But
facts.
That's why I said for the fans to clear it up. I'm not charging just Teofimo. I'm not charging Teofimo. I'm saying both of these fighters need to put it on the line.
It doesn't clear it up, man. It doesn't.
I'm not saying it won't, because like you said, the franchise belt is still hanging around. Until we do something with that franchise belt, we're gonna have an issue, right? That's what you said.
That's the facts. It's not what I said. It's the facts.
But for the fans like myself, I would like to see Teofimo and Devin Haney fight, and that will do something for me. Okay? That'll do something for me. Will it clear it up? No. It's gonna, because they're already gonna put more of these franchise belts on the line. They're already doing it. Jamal Charlo already have a belt that was dropped by Canelo. So that's more issues right there. So is Jamal Charlo the real WPC champ at 160?
Well, before you ever came on this panel, before Teofimo Lopez and Lomachenko ever got involved, me and a lot of people on this channel was calling him a fucking paper champ. Now, is a paper champ considered a real champ? Because throughout boxing history, a paper champ is considered exactly what you're calling him, a paper champ, a bullshit champ. No? You agree with that or not?
I agree.
Okay, this is what we were calling Jamal Charlo before you ever showed up here, fella.
So we got more controversy.
Whatever, Dead Game. It's consistent over here. That's what I want you to understand, fam. You can come up here and accuse me of backtracking. You can accuse me of flip-flopping, but it's consistent over here. There's no consistency on Fanon's channel, fam. There's no consistency on fucking BFTB's channel, Barbershop's channel, Blue Blood's channel. There's no fucking consistency there. And I'm not talking down about these guys. I'm not spitting dirt on these guys. Just go back and listen to their videos. Flip-flopping. Fanon and fucking BFTB got either Errol Spence or Tank Davis at number one, or Gary Russell Jr. at number one pound for pound. Come on. Where's the consistency in this shit? And if you have a criteria, I offer them to debate them on their criteria. Tell me what your criteria is. And then I'll debunk how Errol Spence or Gary Russell Jr. is pound for pound. Give me your criteria, because there's no fucking criteria that you can lay down that will be consistent that says either one of those guys would be number one pound for pound. Consistency. If there's consistency, then there's usually truth that follows that. If there's inconsistencies, that's a narrative. That's how it works. That's exactly how it works. And they're never fucking consistent.
How can you be considered? How can you be considered pound for pound when, in my eyes, the pound for pound king is Canelo, and he got the franchise and ran out of 160, right?
Well, instead of arguing with me about the facts, why don't you go argue with Fanon and BFTB on that? Because they're the ones who said it. See, people that's a part of the LDBC, that is a part of their unit, they don't argue with those guys. They sit there and they listen to them, and it's like, oh, okay, whatever. But me over here spitting things based on facts, I get all the arguments.
Well, let me ask you this: have you ever tried to reach out to Mauricio to put him on your show?
Of course. Plenty of times. You think he gives a fuck about a channel with 1,500 subscribers?
It don't. Listen, bro. Listen. If 1,500 subscribers would all private message him and tell him and put the link to your show in there, I think he might show up.
Whatever,
why don't we do that? Why don't we set that up to where every subscriber go ahead and DM him on Instagram and drop the link? Let's do that. Let's try. I'll do it.
Okay.
I'll be the first one to do it.
Okay. You asked me if I've tried. I say yes. All I can do is try. So I've done that. That's it. All I can do is try. I can't make Mauricio Suleiman come here. Let me tell you something, Dead Gang. Do you think Mauricio Suleiman would come on my panel so that I can make him look like a fucking fool? If he even had ears listening to this shit, he knows bad damn well I'm not going over there to answer those questions because I really can't answer those questions. What I'm doing right now is bullshit. It's all about money. No way would I expose myself. His PR department wouldn't allow him to come to a channel like this, Dead Gang. Let's be reasonable. His PR department, he has public relations, believe that. His PR department be like, no, you can't go over there. Let's be real. Let's be realistic about this. You're damn right. I would love to have Mauricio Suleiman on here and drill the fuck out of his ass. Are you kidding me? I would love nothing more than that. Because there is no answers to the foolishness that he's doing, fam. There are no answers to this franchise belt. None. You know that. I know that. Shout out to all the LDBC channels. They know that. Because all of us, LDBC, D. Jefferson, everybody outside of the LDBC, we have all blamed Suleiman. All of us. So saying get Suleiman on this channel, what the fuck is that going to do? We all giving him the heat about that shit. Nobody likes the franchise belt. None of us. So what are you talking about? Have I tried to get him on? Why wouldn't I? I try to get boxers and fighters and managers and shit on here all the time. Until I get my numbers up, I'm not going to have a high level of success with that. That's how it works. So you got to understand that. Ain't nobody running over here to no channel with 1,500 subscribers giving me no play. I can accept that. I don't have a problem with that. I'm a small channel. But that's just reality, fam. Don't fucking sit here and ask if I try to get Mauricio Suleiman. Dude, I'm sending emails, Instagram, Twitter messages, all types of shit. Are you kidding me? That would be a dream. A dream. You think if BFTB don't want to come over here, if Fanon don't want to come over here, you think Suleiman want to come over here and get trashed? Come on, man. Suleiman ain't no goddamn fool. He don't want to come over here. All those excuses and that bullshit he put up, that shit won't work here. I'll fry the fuck out of Suleiman's ass. Fry the fuck out of him. And he knows it. His PR team knows it. They stay clear away from channels like mine. I won't have 70,000, 100,000 subscribers like some of these LDBC channels. You know why, fam? Channels like that have to take the angle they take. They have to appease a certain fan base. They have to say the things that a certain fan base wants to hear. So that's why they create these bullshit narratives, because it appeases all of those fans, those pro-black fighters. Not everybody in the LDBC, but there's a lot of pro-black fighters. It's all about black fighters, and they push these narratives. Well, Devin Haney is a black fighter that said ain't no white boy gonna beat me. So they have thousands and thousands and thousands of fans is just as prejudiced as people that they point the finger at. They're just as prejudiced toward their black culture as the people they point the finger at. So when Devin Haney comes out and say, no white boy gonna beat me, they applaud that shit. They throw their hands up, hell yeah. And if you support that message, which I don't, then you'll have a lot of those fans subscribe to you. See, so I will never grow like these guys, but I don't give two fucks about growing like these guys because I will never grow like these guys under those pretenses. I'm going to spit the truth, not narratives. That's the difference between my channel. I don't give a shit, man. I don't give a shit if I have 1,500 or 1.5 million subscribers. I'm going to do it this way with the truth, not with no bullshit narratives. Don't sit up here and tell me BFTB don't push bullshit narratives. Don't sit up here and tell me Blue Blood don't push bullshit narratives. Don't sit up here and tell me Fanon and Barbershop don't push bullshit narratives because they started this one.
Well, all I can say, bro, before I jump off, much respect for you for letting people speak their mind. Expect exactly what your channel says, bro. I appreciate you letting people speak their mind on your platform. And you standing strong, brother. I gotta book it, but keep doing what you're doing, and I'll be back. Peace out.
Appreciate you always. Appreciate you always for coming on. And if you can't get a message, an email, a DM to Fanon Barbershop, Blue Blood, BFTB to come do the same thing you do. Come click the link, and for the love of sports, let's talk about it. I would appreciate it. Give them an email.
I'll do that, brother.
All right. Appreciate
Peace out. Peace out, chat. Peace.
We run the boxing talk worldwide. That's what that's another that BFTB said that one. The LDBC runs the boxing talk worldwide. That's exactly what he said. I remember that, Ronald. Not the first time you got accused of backtracking. Oh, it won't be the last. It won't be the last, fam. But you can't backtrack out of the truth, Tito. That's the thing. You can't. If you're telling the truth is going to be the truth today, tomorrow, in the past. It's going to be the truth. The truth is always going to be the truth. Whether it's in the past, present, or future, it's still the truth. So you can't backtrack with the truth, fam. There's no need to backtrack with the truth. Because if it was the truth yesterday, it'll be the truth today. That's it. It's that simple. That's simple. Yes. Yeah, man. Of course it is. Of course it is. So anyway, man, before we got back into that, there's another topic, guys, that I wanted to talk about. And it's more goddamn clean screen, man. But anyway, guys, it's more that I want to talk about. Golden Boy situation. The Golden Boy's in a rut right now because they have this situation going on with Patrick Teixiera and Brian Castano. Okay, Golden Boy has failed to deliver a date and a location for this fight. So they got this Canelo shit going on. They just settled the Ryan Garcia shit. But now this is a fight between Patrick Teixiera and Brian Castano that needs to happen for so many reasons. It has to happen because this is a fight that will get us to 4-belt undisputed at 154. Now, if Brian Castano, and I shout out to Brian Castano, I think that he'll win this fight. Shout out to Patrick Teixiera, Puerto Rican. So y'all know I don't have anything against him, right? Definitely going to support my Puerto Rican fighters, right? But this is a fight that can give us an undisputed match at 154. This is a fight that can put the heat on the PBC to finally deliver the fans an undisputed fight. This will be the PBC chance to give the fans a 4-belt undisputed guy. Because if Brian Castano is able to go in there and beat Patrick Teixiera, right, then Castano's a PBC fighter. Teixeira is a Golden Boy fighter, which may throw a monkey wrench or some type of situation and get him 4-belt undisputed at 154 should Patrick Teixiera wins. This to me could be some more Golden Boy foolishness. Why are y'all putting up a problem with this fight? Are y'all seeing the big picture? Are y'all seeing the fact that now Jamel Charlo has won all 3 belts, and to complete 4-belt undisputed, all he needs is that one more belt? Well, you guys were gun ho with Patrick Teixiera fighting Brian Castano just months ago. No problem. Why is Golden Boy fucking around with the date now? Why is this fight about to be forced to purse bid? Because one thing about it, they're not going to be able to pull off out of this fight. They'll fucking strip Patrick Teixiera. But they're delaying this shit. Why? Make the fight happen, fam. This ain't a fight that requires fans. Neither of those guys are a big draw. A lot of people don't even know either one of those 2 guys. So this is a fight that the pandemic does not even affect. This fight can go on free TV. This fight does not have to be pay-per-view. The Zone, Golden Boy, or whatever, that's an app. This fight can be made easily. Why the hell is this fight? What's taking Golden Boy so long to come up with a venue and a date? Because that's the problem with this fight here. They've not sent in a venue or a date yet. But the wheels are turning over there at Golden Boy. And they're like, damn, if Patrick Teixeira loses, we're out of the 154 play. We're out of the 154 play. Now all of those belts will be over there at the PBC, and they could have a 4-belt undisputed champion, which basically shits on us and everybody else at 154. Now, Golden Boy, in my opinion, they're trying to throw a monkey wrench in this, but it ain't going to work, because if they don't come up with a date and a venue, then it goes to purse bid, which is the worst thing they want, because Golden Boy has backing from the Zone, but on this fight, no backing. So that would be Showtime and PBC's money versus Golden Boy, who's already in financial issues. They lose the fucking purse bid, and they know it. And God forbid they lose the purse bid and it goes over to the PBC side, because now that puts Patrick Teixiera at a disadvantage. See? Let me drop this link in the chat, man. These guys are these narratives, boy. I tell you what, get me worked up early in the morning. Early in the morning, get your man these stuff worked up with these narratives. That shit ain't coming down. Chin Smoke says we need the true facts. Scott Brown said Fanon is much of a Floyd with Mayweather fanboy. Man, that dude is ridiculous, man. Fanon, pound for pound Spence, #1. Canelo is #6. Yeah, because he don't like cheaters. Man, these dudes are, come on, bro. It's true media worldwide. Hell yeah, Ronald Finkley. If a company makes something and people don't like it, don't buy it. Exactly. Exactly. Don't fucking buy it, fam. What's up, Ronald? What's up?
What's good? What's good, D?
Same old, man. Just trying to drop some facts on these dudes, man.
Yo, dog, your morning show is fire, bro. Like, you get me right up, and I'm up, and I'm like thinking about like how we think as American boxing fans. You have like points early in the morning, bro.
Hey man, wake up! I want to wake everybody up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you keep that shit fresh in their brain. Like, we ain't gonna forget what's going on. Like right now, you have a good outlook. You talk good, D, and all I can say is, like, if I listen to you, it's like I understand what's going on. I know where boxing is at. I know where the updates are. I know what we're talking about. Like, I appreciate you, bro.
I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate all you guys even taking the time to listen to me, because it's tough, man, with these channels, you know, trying to grow them and actually get a voice out there and get people to actually listen to what you have to say. And especially when you're under attack by YouTube like I am now, fam. Like I've had lives where I've had over 100 people in here multiple times. You know, 80, 90 people. And that's really good for this channel because I'm a small channel. But I've had lives like that when they were sending my notifications out. They're not sending them out now because I talked about something on a live that I deleted, but they're not. That's why we, you know, hover around 25 to 55 people, but it should be a lot more people in here listening, but people just not getting the notifications. That's why I'm like,
Yo,
always.
dog, you climbing most channels that I listen to. Like I got experience with this. Your channel is doing better than you think, D. And as far as like people like not understanding that you on, they better make sure they hit that fucking all notification button. But like I think you're doing good, bro. Like I was surprised I wasn't subscribed to you. But once I started listening to you, I realized that you was right ahead, you above the game. You're unbiased and you speak with a lot of common sense that people think about. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, I appreciate that, Ron. That's all I try to do, fam. Like, and I tell people, like, okay, and Ron, you heard me say it before. Everybody heard me say it before. Okay. I was wrong about that. I'm not one of these guys that think I'm right about everything. But what you're not gonna do is come up here and push these crazy narratives, fam. I'm not going for that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I read something wrong, if I read something and interpreted it wrong, somebody, plenty of times I'll be like, you know what, you're right about that. Fair point, fair point. You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
don't have a problem with it.
it's like sheep being led to a slaughter sometimes when you hear people agree with everything somebody say. Like,
Right. I don't want sheep. I say that all the time. Like Aobs comes in here a lot of time. I love when Aobs comes in because he challenges me. Get this smoke. I miss the hell out of Get This Smoke, but he's busy with life, doing some other things. But I love when Get This Smoke come up here. P
yeah, he's
boxing.
a good dude. Get the smoke, a good dude.
Yeah. P boxing come up here. Dead game come up here. I don't want everybody come up here and be like, yep, you're right, D. Yeah, I agree, D. Yeah, D. Yeah, D. Yeah, D. No, fuck that. I don't want a bunch of yes men. T-Tone Toledo. Shout out to T-Tone. Motherfucker always challenging me on something. Whether he right or wrong, he'll challenge me on it. Right? So I
Yo,
implore everybody, challenge me.
yo, if this COVID break, bro, I swear to God, I'm gonna be in all these fights on the East Coast, bro. And I'm gonna get off your panel because I just wanted to chime in and let you know like what's good, yo.
That's what it is, bro. I appreciate you, Ron. You know, you're always welcome, dog. Anytime. Always.
Appreciate you.
All right, fam. Scott Brown said, hello. Not surprised for what I remember. He doesn't like Loma or Canelo. Probably doesn't even talk technical. Oh, yeah, man. He doesn't really like too many people that is not with Al Heyman. That's the thing with Fanon. You look at the guys he praised in boxing. They're mostly with Al Heyman. You know, when you start putting guys in the top 5 like Spence and Tank in the top 5, guys, putting guys like Spence, Tank, and Gary Russell in the top 10. Think about it. What is the commonality in that? PBC fighters. Guys who Tank Davis. Come on now. This dude has not accomplished or proven anything. He don't deserve to be in pound for pound, especially not the top 5. Gary Russell fights once a year. I don't take anything from Gary Russell, but that 5-year reign and all of this, dude, if you fight 6 times in 5 years, it ain't hard to reign up there. And you're not fighting the top level competition 5 times in 6 years. It's not hard to have that long reign. But that doesn't make you pound for pound. I want Jamel to be undisputed to show his sister what up. Facts, bro. Facts. I just put a video out about that. Respect the man. Jamel Charlo. But it seems to me, guys, like Oscar De La Hoya and Golden Boy trying to delay that situation. It's inevitable, though. Because, again, the only way Golden Boy can delay that situation, Patrick Teixiera has to win. He has to win. If Castaño wins, it's it. It's out of Golden Boy's hand. And they know that. They won't have any champion. They won't have any say in the 154-pound division because they'll lose that one belt that they're clinging on to that Patrick Teixiera holds. They will lose that. They won't have that belt anymore. And then they'll have no say in 4-belt undisputed. Right now, since they have that one champion, we know we talk about Top Rank and PBC making a fight happen for a title. We know that that's difficult to cross into the street. But Golden Boy and PBC tried to snake each other. This is a long-lasting rivalry here, a hatred between the two organizations. Golden Boy and PBC had tried to steal fighters from each other. Golden Boy with Top Rank filed lawsuits against Al Heyman. This is a strong standing beef, rivalry, hatred here between these two organizations. So making a fight between Teixeira and anyone from the PBC would be hard, especially making a fight to give up all the belts to one side. The consensus is that Jermell Charlo beats Patrick Teixiera or Brian Castano. They know this. Golden Boy knows this. Madridov will then be DAZN. Yeah, that would be cool, but Madridov will be trust and believe out of the picture. If he can get a hold of, if for some reason Madridov could get a hold of that 154 belt, Scott Brown, Jermell Charlo, his chances of getting 4 belt undisputed will sink terribly. His percentage of making that happen will go way down because PBC pay-per-view, the DAZN app. Like, that's the biggest problem making fights with them. Like, who gets to play there? Is it the DAZN on their app and it's free on the app, or is it PBC? Do they get to get their pay-per-views out of it? Because a 4 belt undisputed match, whichever side likes pay-per-views are going to want to see pay-per-views out of that. Nobody want to let Bob Arum. That's why I applaud Bob Arum. Like I said, call it undisputed or not, but he gave us a fight between two champions for all the belts on free TV. I don't think anybody's beating that fight concerning the magnitude of the fight, what was on the table for the fight, all of these belts Teofimo was wearing. I don't think anybody's competing with that as far as a free fight. I think for the fans, that's the best fight of the year, hands down. That is the best fight of the year, hands down, because we didn't have to pay anything for that. This is 4 belt unification, lineal and Ring Magazine champion, and didn't have to pay any money for it. Ronald Finkley said Jermell Charlo is top dog at 154 and 1. Hell yeah, fuck his brother, son. Hell yeah, Ronald. He's shitting. Let me tell you something, too. I don't like these pound-for-pound lists. Jermell Charlo should be over Errol Spence. I'm a Spence fan. I'm a Charlo fan, too. You cannot justify Errol Spence being over Jermell Charlo? Come on, man. He beat Brook 3 years ago. Jermell Charlo just recently snatched these 3 belts up, not 2 like Spence is holding, fucking around, won't even fight Crawford. No, Jermell Charlo not fucking around, not trying to fight anybody. He want to fight them all. He want to collect all of them, and he has 3 belts. 3 belts, while Spence has 2. He's in line to get 4 belt undisputed. Spence still fucking around with Crawford. How the fuck is Spence pound for pound over Jermell? And then even if we look at the level of competition, the resumes, Charlo's resume is better than Spence. So how in God's name is Errol Spence over Jermell Charlo for 4 belt undisputed? How does this work? This is a fallacy the way they're doing Jermell Charlo. It's a fallacy. This dude should definitely be over Errol Spence on their pound for pound list, whoever pound for pound list it is. Man, that's crazy. Respect the man. Respect Jermell Charlo, fam. Golden Boy don't really care about Teixeira like that, though, D. Well, what's with the fight then, Barker? Hold on, let me show you something, Barker Raider. Let me show you something right now, fam. Is this the thing with me, Barker? I don't speak out the side of my ass like a lot of these channels, fam. That's the thing with me, though. I do not speak out my ass like a lot of these channels to create fucking bullshit narratives. That's something I don't do. So here you go, Barker Raider. Let me blow this up so we can see this. WBO orders Golden Boy to deliver a date, location for the Teixeira versus Castano title fight. They're ordered, bro. This fight is inches away from going to purse bid. They're not going to be able to finagle their way out of it. But Barker, if that's the case, they don't give. Why are they not making the fight? Just order the fight. Just make it happen. Give us a venue and a date. It's not a fight that they have to have big money on. These guys are not two huge draws. What's the hold up, Barker? What's the hold up? If they don't care about him, just put his ass in a fight then. Because generally, these organizations, when there's fights that they don't care about, they just send them on over. Like PBC didn't give a two shits about Andy Ruiz, right? And they sent them right on over to Joshua on the zone, no problem. Sent them right on over. Yeah. Go fight Joshua. We'll send you guys Ruiz. There was no problem with that. What's the hold up with Golden Boy, man? Tell me that, Barker. What's the hold up with Golden Boy? Chin Smoke, appreciate you, fam. From day one, you the truth. I appreciate that, Remy. And my man Remy been here since day one, too. My man 20 grand. Remy 22, baby. D, stop bringing up your mass theories. Maybe I no, actually, Scott Brown, that's correct. I do need to start watching my if you haven't really you that's 100% correct, fam. It's not just that video, it's a lot of these things that I say about what's going. That's why I stopped with the power of the mind. Scott Brown, you know, I had that power of the mind thing going on Sunday because I'm trying to build this sports community. You know, it's easier to talk about these things when you have 200,000-300,000 subscribers, and you'll still have a bunch of people hear it anyway. But you a small channel like mine, 1,500, I just need to keep my mouth shut about those kind of things. So, dog, I don't disagree with that at all. Whether I'm talking about Joe Biden, whether I'm talking about, you know, any of these social issues, I just need to zip it, or they're going to stay on the attack. So I agree with you, Scott, 100, and I'm doing my best to not even mention a lot of that crap, bro. I'm the challenger. Don't sleep on Leo. Oh man, you don't never click that link, Ralph. I'm real, but Leo Santa Cruz and Tank Davis, man, y'all want to talk about that again? Because I'm freaking running around destroying that whole. That's another narrative. Let me tell you something, Ralph. Ralph, one of the loyal supporters over here. That fight, that narrative is pushed by Floyd Mayweather. Now, I'm not blaming the LDBC channels, certain channels from them, or he knows his sport retarded ass. I'm not blaming them for this narrative. This narrative was created by Floyd Mayweather. This is what Floyd Mayweather does. They're trying to pump this fight up as if it's an interesting fight because they're putting it on pay-per-view. They're putting Tank on pay-per-view. So they can't just put Tank on pay-per-view and everybody who's going to buy that know that it's going to be a one-sided beating. They can't do that. So Floyd started this narrative here. Now, of course, certain channels from the LDBC are going to push the narrative, and they're going to advocate for this narrative that Floyd created. But at the end of the day, it's just a narrative. That's not an interesting fight at all. That's not a fight that gets my juices flowing. That's not a fight that brings any type of intrigue. The fact of the matter of Leo Santa Cruz versus Tank Davis, it's a one-sided fight, bro. Leo Santa Cruz doesn't bring anything to the table, anything at all, to deter Tank Davis. A fighter like Tank Davis that is explosive, that is fast, that has skills in his own right, that can hit the target. Leo Santa Cruz stylistically is a terrible matchup for a guy like Tank Davis. They are sending Leo Santa Cruz in there to be knocked out. They're sending Leo Santa Cruz in there because he's a 4-division champion and Tank Davis can showcase against this guy. That means that Tank Davis will be showcasing having a phenomenal view against a 4-division champion. So then they take that fact that Tank Davis just destroyed a 4-division champion, knowing he's going to destroy him. They take that after the fight and they create another narrative over another bullshit fight that we're probably going to see. Ryan Garcia wants Tank Davis, right? Ryan Garcia wants Tank Davis. I'm willing to bet that we don't get that fight next. We won't get Tank Davis versus Teofimo Lopez next. We won't get Tank Davis versus Devin Haney because Devin Haney has nothing to do after Gamboa. He could fight Tank Davis. We won't get that fight with Tank Davis. We won't get a Ryan Garcia fight. Floyd and Ellaby would put him nowhere near Teofimo Lopez. They would put him nowhere near that fight. See? So these are the things we have to realize about all of this foolery, fam. These things, that's a narrative, Ralph. That's a narrative that Floyd Mayweather created to validate this fight that I know is an easy fight, a showcase, an easy touch for Tank, a fighter that nobody really believes Leo Santa Cruz is going to win. Ralph, I don't even think you believe Leo Santa Cruz is going to win because all you keep saying is don't sleep on Leo. Are you picking Leo Santa Cruz to win that fight? Everybody who keeps saying don't sleep on Leo, I think this is an interesting fight. I think it's a great fight. None of y'all motherfuckers are picking Leo Santa Cruz to win. I was just on Myron Magnus' show the other day. He giving me all of this grief, trying to preach to me how it's a valid fight. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. But this motherfucker said, well, I'm coming out with my prediction video a little bit later. And I told Myron right on there, I'm going to predict your prediction video. You're going to pick Tank Davis to win, Myron. That's a prediction on your prediction video. So all of these people that's hollering, Leo Santa Cruz is a great fight, Leo Santa Cruz is a challenge. None of them are picking Leo Santa Cruz to win, which is, this lets you know that it's a bullshit narrative. They're not even picking Leo to win. They're not. It's the bullshit. It's the bullshit. But I want to show something real quick. What's up, P? I want to show this real quick.
What's up? What's up?
Before you jump in here, I want to show this. And I can show this without worries of being copywritten or anything because Punch Drunk Boxing is my dude. So I don't have to worry about him fucking copywriting me. So I'm going to show this right quick. See, to dispel narratives. Fuck the narratives, fam. Tired of these goddamn narratives. Let's keep it. All right, hold on, guys. Here we go. I just wanted to set it up. Make sure everybody can hear it. Hold on for a second, P. Y'all listen to this. This is shit that dispels narratives, fam. Right? It dispels narratives because after Tank beats up Leo Santa Cruz, you guys are going to hear narratives about how Tank this, Tank that. He should be going after. Let me tell you something. It's cut and dry, plain and simple. After this bullshit fight with Leo Santa Cruz, Tank Davis should be chasing down Devin Haney or Leo Santa Cruz. But Floyd Mayweather and Ellaby are going to come out with some bullshit about why he can't fight either one of those two guys. I bet you any money. But I want everybody to listen to this. Listen to the truth because I'm going to be using these types of truth to dispel these bullshit narratives that Floyd and Ellaby are going to put up concerning Tank Davis after this fight. Y'all listen to this real quick.
Better stop playing with me, Moonshine. Stop playing with me. Don't make me hop on here. Going, man.
I got you winning. I got you winning. Don't worry about that.
Don't worry, man. I'm gonna win this fight. Then I'm gonna take on Tank. Don't worry, it's gonna happen.
Oh, Tank. All right. Okay.
Be the best in the 135 division.
I feel like he's the most dangerous, so I'm going for it.
All right. Okay.
That's facts.
It's fact.
He is the hardest. You gotta admit that.
We push no fucking narratives over here. We push no narratives, fam. See, that's the thing. Receipts. We push no narratives. And I can guarantee you guys, after this fight, this worthless fight with Leo Santa Cruz is going to be some other reason why Tank can't go see Ryan Garcia. We just heard what Ryan said. We know what Ryan wants. And I believe Ryan Garcia because Golden Boy wanted him to take the Tahoe route, the WBO route, because it was the easier route for Ryan to go up the line and challenge for the WBO belt at 135. But Ryan Garcia said, no, fuck that. I want Luke Campbell. I want to take the WBC route. I don't care if it's harder. Luke Campbell's a better guy to fight. He means more than a fucking Tahoe that don't nobody know. So I don't want to take that easy route. I don't want to do this Tank Davis shit and fight an opponent that's easier, opponent that someone knows that I can beat, because that's what Tahoe would have been. We knew Ryan would have beat that. Ryan said, no more of that. I want to challenge myself now. I want the WBC route. Luke Campbell, a fighter that people actually think can beat Ryan Garcia. He's getting into a fight unlike Tank Davis has ever done, unlike Devin Haney has ever done. He's getting into a fight that he could possibly lose, and he called for that. He didn't take the easier route like Tank Davis has done his whole career. He didn't take the easier route like Devin Haney has not done intentionally, but still, he's not fought anybody that we thought would beat him. So Devin Haney, I'm not giving him heat saying that he did this on purpose, because there are guys that turn down fights that would have been interesting. But the facts are, he's fought no one that we think can beat him. Ryan Garcia chose. He had two options. WBO, that would have led him right to a belt, a mandatory position, or the WBC, which he's getting this interim fight that will give him rights to fight Devin Haney. He chose the tougher route. So when Ryan Garcia comes out and he says, after this fight, I want Tank Davis, I believe that. Let's see the bullshit that Floyd and Wide Nose Ellaby come out with after this fight. Probably seek another fight for Tank to take a title defense at 130. That'll be the excuse. When he won a belt at 135 before fucking around with Neil Santa Cruz, which means he should have been trying to improve and go up the ladder at 135. Why is he back down at 130 to begin with? But the narrative will be that he has to defend at 130. That's the type of bullshit they do. What's up, P?
Yeah, what's up? What's up, man? I see you pushing false narrative yourself, to be honest. Because let me explain, yeah? And you can debunk it. Because that's what you do.
Well, debunk my narrative. Debunk it right now.
Basically, yeah, everyone, yeah, always steals Devin Haney's limelight. Because Devin Haney, when he called out Teofimo Lopez a while back to fight him, what happened? Teofimo Lopez ducked him. And Ryan Garcia, his last fight, when he knocked out that dude, Devin Haney came in the ring and he said, let's make the fight. Ryan Garcia was scared. Now he's going after Tank. Everyone wants to go after Tank. Who cares about Tank? You know what I mean? Tank don't want that fight. Let's have the Haney fight. That's what I'm saying. You never push, you never push the Haney fight. You always say like, oh yeah, these guys have to fight, Tank. Who cares about it? So what if he doesn't want to fight? All these guys think Tank is easier because he's much more smaller guy. Let's get the Haney fight. Haney wants that smoke. Why are they not giving the same energy? Now cook on that.
Hold on. I wanted to put this comment up and put it on the screen so that you can see it. Here we go again, guys. Get the popcorn. I'm getting ready to smash another guy for you. Let me tell you something, dude. Because I've already debunked and smashed this dumb shit before. Teofimo Lopez never ducked Devin Haney. He told Devin Haney, no, I'm not taking that fight. I'm going a much tougher route. See, you don't duck a guy when you're going a tougher route. You don't duck a guy when you're going a route for greatness. You don't duck a guy when you're seeking a route to fight a guy that's more accomplished, more established, and on the pound for pound list. So what Teofimo did is say, no, you, Mr. Self-Employed, you, Mr. Own Your Own Company, you, Mr. Devin Haney, you and Bill Haney stay locked into this stupid tournament, and I'm going to go along and seek Lomachenko. I'm going to go along and seek a title. I'm going to go along and try to be great and get all 4 belts. That was never a duck. He decided to leave that fucking worthless ass goddamn tournament. Look where it's gotten Devin Haney. No fucking where. I Only place that tournament has gotten Devin Haney. The only belt that tournament has led Devin Haney to is an interim title that he fought for. Now, he was given a WBC title, while Teofimo Lopez has said, hey, Devin Haney, I'm not fucking with you in this stupid tournament. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to try to be great. Now, since Teofimo so-called Devin Haney, let's look at the situation. Teofimo has fought a champion in Richard Comey, validated himself, which Devin Haney has not done, never fought a champion. Then he turns around back-to-back, fights a champion, named Vasil Lomachenko, further validated himself, now sitting as the king at 135, and now has all of these titles. Okay? So I don't know how that was a duck by removing himself from a worthless tournament that would have taken him nowhere when he removed himself to achieve all of this. Not a duck.
You know what? Yeah, he chose the easy route, and you know that as well. I don't know why you're protecting Teofimo Lopez. I know you're a fanboy. You know what I mean? It's cool to say it. Just admit it. You know what I mean? Everyone is pushing narratives, but look, you're not pushing the real narrative. The real truth. It's all about the truth. You claim to be saying like, "Oh, I'm about the truth." So why did he leave that tournament? He was supposed to fight for Tuna. You know what I mean? It would have made things more easier because they were on that tournament. But what did Teofimo Lopez do? He went for the easier route. He went to Comey. You know what I mean? That was easy, that fight. Everyone knew that he was going to beat him. The real boxing fan knew that. You know what I mean? The casuals, they think Comey is just a champion. He's going to beat Teofimo Lopez. No. We know that's not true. Let's be real, man. That fight was easy. He knocked him out in the second round, or was it third round? Something like that. You know what I mean? And now he schooled Loma. He knew he was going to win that fight because he's a bigger guy. Loma is a small guy, man. Plus, obviously, I'm not going to mention the injuries, but obviously, look, he had his number. You know what I mean? Loma, you know what I think of him. You know what I mean? So Teofimo Lopez, he chose the easy route. So now, let's see what he's made of. You know what I mean? I don't want to hear Tank. You know what I mean? I want to hear Haney. I don't want to hear Ryan Garcia's name. I want to hear Haney. Let's get that fight. You know what I mean? I'm going to keep repeating it. If I have to do it for 100 days, I will do it. Let's get it.
Okay, guys. See, easy work, guys. Easy work. And I don't even have to yell this time. P Boxing, let me start off with this. You idiot. Okay? And the reason I say that, you cannot say that Teofimo took the easier route. But in the same fucking breath, Lomachenko being the easier route, in the same fucking breath, you guys sit around and cry that Devin Haney was robbed of his chance for the so-called easier route. That's the route that Devin Haney wanted to take. He wanted to go right to interim and collect all 3 belts from Lomachenko. But you're saying that Teofimo took an easier route by actually fighting Richard Comey first. Oh, let me back up. Fighting Magdaleno, which is better than anyone that Devin Haney has seen so far. So it's an easier route, fighting Magdaleno, more established, more accomplished, better than Abdulayev of Santiago. Then he fights Nakatani, which would beat the shit out of Abdulayev and Santiago, so-called easier route. Then he fights Richard Comey, an active champion, again, so-called easier route, and back-to-back fights another champion in Lomachenko and collects all of this, again, so-called easier route. But they say Devin Haney was supposed to win an interim only and then fight Lomachenko for all 3 belts, and that's the tougher route. Well, Lomachenko is assessed into his easy route. So how was that an easier route?
Look, we both know that. Let's not keep repeating it. Okay? Listen, where's his energy right now, though? Where's his energy right now? Oh, yeah. I forgot. He's going to go up and fight the undisputed champions. You know what? At 140. Who cares, man? Nobody cares about that. You know what I mean? He's not undisputed at 135. Let's get the fight. His dad, they're quiet now. Now that they got the belts, they're quiet. They haven't got the WBC belt, though. They can pretend they got it, but they haven't got it. Everyone knows the truth, okay? Let's not go back, you know what I mean, and talk about, what they did. Let's talk about the present, okay? What is he gonna do about it? Because Devin Haney is calling him a bitch. What is he gonna do about it? If you call me a bitch and I'm a champion, I'm gonna go see you. If someone's claiming to be saying like I got the real WBC belt, I will go see them. You know what I mean? Teofimo Lopez, he said that he's the real one. Okay, show us that you're the real one. Okay, you're one fight away to become the real undisputed. Why not do it? Okay, you know what I mean? Let's be real men, man. Come on, man. Are we boxing fans or are we just or we just like fanboys to certain boxers? Okay, because you always call out on some bullshit. So let's call out on this bullshit then. Okay, because you seem to be a Teofimo Lopez fanboy. Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm not a Devin Haney fanboy. I got no horse in the race, but I'll be betting the money on Haney not to win because I know Devin Haney is going to school him. Devin Haney, he's the same size, if not bigger. You know what I mean? He's got better boxing skills. I know he has top opponents because everyone's ducking him. You know what I mean? He's going to be fighting Gamboa in less than 2 weeks' time. So we'll see. He's going to obviously knock out Gamboa. Okay? So what? We just want to see the fucking, Teofimo Lopez fight. Undisputed, the real undisputed. Now Teo is going real quiet now because he took the easy route. Yes, I've said it again. He did take the easy route. Just because he collected the belt from, Comey and Loma. Come on, man. Everyone knew he was going to win. That's why I put a lot of money on him to win the fight. You know what I mean? I won a lot of money because I knew he had Loma's number. But I was kind of shocked the later rounds, though, because he could have lost that fight. You know what I mean? It was a close fight. It wasn't proper schooling, to be fair. You know what I mean? If Loma obviously would have pushed it from the beginning, from the get-go, I think Loma would have won that fight. But let's forget about it. Let's move on. Teo is the champion. He's the WBO, WBA, the IBF champion. He's unified, but he ain't undisputed. So let's get the undisputed. You get me?
No, I don't get you. I don't get you at all. And it's to the point, P, where I feel like really I'm bullying you up here. This is why I'm not yelling. I'm not even going to yell at you today because it gets to the point where I feel like I'm a senior in high school and you're a fifth grader and I'm just kicking you all around your little playground, like just bullying you. Because see, it's just this simple, fam. Who cares about fighting for undisputed? You guys want to claim that he has to prove something for undisputed, which, okay, I'll give you that because Suleiman threw this monkey wrench in there. When he would be going to fight for undisputed at a higher weight class. What do you mean, who cares? That's what boxing fans, if you are a true boxing fan, you want to see 4-belt undisputed. If you are a true boxing fan, you don't want Devin Haney. See, this guy has 4 belts, lineal champion, Ring Magazine champion, and is the most accomplished fighter out of all of these young guns at 135. If he was to go to 140 with all of these 4-belt unified belts, lineal champ, Ring Magazine champ, if he take all of his 4 unified, not undisputed belts, and goes fights and wins undisputed at a higher weight class, what the fuck are you talking about? Easier route. See, it's easy, Pete. You're easy work. I don't have to yell. I don't have to get fucking excited with you. It's to the point where it's just bullying, fam. It's just bullying. It's just bullying you all around.
You ain't bullying shit. Come on, man. You know the truth. You're just basically you're old media. Listen, you're old media. You're not new media. You're not pushing for the real truth. You know what I mean? At 135, there's a problem. Okay, that hasn't been that hasn't yet. Can you hear me? Because my audio went.
Yeah, we can hear your bullshit. Go ahead.
So basically, yeah, like at 135, there's a problem there. He can't just go up to 140. You know what I mean? There's a dispute going on. If there's a dispute going on at your weight division, you don't just go up. People are going to call him a ducker. You know what I mean? And that's not a narrative. That's facts. You know, going to 140, yes, I understand if, okay, why didn't Loma just keep that belt and fuck, Devin Haney up anyway and say, look, I'm not fighting you. You know what I mean? You ain't having it. I'm keeping it. So he didn't have to become a franchise. And he could have fought Teofimo Lopez. And that would have been real undisputed. But obviously that's the WBC's fault and Loma's fault. Okay, that's not Teo's fault. But at the same time, there's a dispute going on 135. So while there's a dispute going on, you don't go up and leave. You know what I mean? And pretend that you are the undisputed at 135. Come on, let's be real, man. I ain't a fanboy, like I said, of Haney, of Tio. You know what I mean? I like all of them at 135. I like Ryan Garcia as well. You know what I mean? But let's not talk about, you know, Tank, you know, fighting, you know, Tio. You know, I don't mind seeing Ryan against Tank. I don't care about that fight. I will watch it though. I'm not really spiced about it. But I want to see Haney, man, against Tio. Let's get this dispute sorted, man. And everyone in the chat, like, you know, like, if that's not what you want, then you guys are not boxing fans. I don't care what you guys think, but anyone that doesn't want that fight, you ain't a boxing fan. Let's be real, man. You know what I mean?
No, P, we don't know what you mean. And we don't, you've never become the authority to say who's a fucking boxing fan or not. No one gives a shit what you think about who's a boxing fan or not. We don't give a shit because first and foremost, you don't even know enough to be an authority to tell us if we're boxing fans or not. You are the type of idiot that's sitting up here saying that a 4-belt undisputed at a higher weight class matters less than a Devin Haney fight who's done nothing more than won an interim title. And we don't like boxing. So you can't be the authority on who is a real boxing fan or not. We don't take advice or authority from idiots concerning boxing on if we're real boxing fans or not. Here's the facts of the matter. Boxing, Josh Taylor, Jose Ramirez are already making names for themselves. They've already done that. The winner of that fight will be a walking Hall of Famer, just like Teofimo Lopez. Devin Haney will not even be considered as a Hall of Famer at this point. Right now, we're talking about right now. This guy will go to the Hall of Fame because of what he has accomplished already in 16 fights at 23. The winner of Jose Ramirez and Josh Taylor will go to the Hall of Fame because they will be 4-belt undisputed. So now you're talking about 2 Hall of Fame fighters in the ring versus each other, but a fight with Devin Haney, who's only won an interim belt, is more important than 2 Hall of Famers fighting for 4-belt undisputed. You idiot. You cannot be an authority of who loves boxing more at all.
Can I say something? Okay. You wanna, you wanna basically jump before you start walking. So learn how to walk first before you jump. No one cares about the 140 right now because there's a dispute, like I said, okay? 135. Forget about those guys, okay? We know Tio, he struggles against the bigger guys, okay? The Catania fight, he struggled against it. He said he doesn't want to fight tall guys again, okay? Now, those guys that he's talking about at 140, they're far away from him. They're bigger than him. Josh Taylor is going to beat him. Ramirez will beat him. Yeah, Sabeda would probably beat him. You know what I mean? So let's not even talk about that yet, okay? Let's talk about what's going on at 135, okay? Finish your school. Don't jump. You know what I mean? Learn how to walk, okay? And the people in the chat, yeah, I'm talking to you guys as well, okay? Learn how to walk, okay? Don't jump, okay? Let's get this fight. You know what I mean? Yeah, finish at 135. Graduate at 135. Fight the guys up there. Fight Haley. Fight Tank. Fight Thingy. What's his name? The kid. I can't even remember his name. Garcia. Okay. Then go to 140. Okay. But I don't want to hear about 140. 140. What's this 140 about? What's this? What are we talking about, man? What is this? Now tell me, like, are you pushing the truth or are you just pushing the narrative? Okay? Are you getting paid by Teofimo Lopez family? Is that what's going on? Just tell us the truth, T. Come on, man. Come on out of the shell. Come on.
Okay, P. Again, it's like you're not even worth the energy of the veins in my neck or any of that. You're not worth the energy right now. Just look at the chat, fam. The things you're saying are being laughed at because they're fucking laughable. They're literally fucking laughable. 4-belt undisputed for most fans. It's one of the biggest accomplishments. One of the most important things in boxing. A guy that has went 4-belt unified lineal champ Ring Magazine champ, because not once on this live have I said Teofimo was 4-belt undisputed. You told a lie there. 4-belt unified, Pete. 4-belt unified champion, lineal, Ring Magazine, going up to fight a 4-belt undisputed champion is what boxing fans want to see. You don't talk about this walk before you jump. Did Floyd Patterson walk? Did Manny Pacquiao walk? Did Ali walk? Did Mike Tyson walk? No, they didn't fuck around and waste time like Devin Haney. 24 fights, accomplished nothing. They didn't fuck around like Tank Davis. Accomplished nothing. What they did is they didn't decide to walk. Like Teofimo's not deciding to walk. He went 4-belt undisputed ring champion, ring magazine champion, lineal champion, and now he wants to not walk. He wants to jump and attempt 4-belt undisputed at another weight class. And you're saying over and over again, nobody cares about that. Nobody wants to see that. Well, once again, P, you idiot.
You want it. You know what? You want your boy to skip class. You know, you don't want him to see the the tough opponent. Okay, you don't want him to do that. You just want him to go out 140 and collect the belts, because we know the winner again. Ramirez against Taylor, they're going up to 147. Because if Theo can go up, why shouldn't they go up? Why should they wait for Theo? Answer that question. Because you want to talk about him going to 140, because according to you, he's the lineal. And by the way, he ain't the real lineal, to be honest. They just gave that belt to him, because just like they did to your boy Tyson Fury, he ain't lineal. Do you know what I mean? They choose who they want lineal to be. I thought to be lineal, you have to be undisputed. So do you see what I'm saying? All you guys that claim to be boxing fans, you guys need to check yourself, to be honest. Check yourself real good. You know what I mean? Because he ain't real lineal until you become the undisputed. They can just hand out the belts, okay? These belts, the meaning of these belts are dying. You know what I mean? You're saying he's going to 140. So why shouldn't Taylor or Ramirez, if they become undisputed, why shouldn't they go up as well? Because you're saying he's going up, so why should they wait for Theo? Do you know what I mean? He's just going to be collecting belts, bro. He's going to be collecting vacant belts. You see what I'm saying? There's a narrative going on from Bob Arum, ESPN. Just like they were pushing it with the Loma one, and now they replaced him with Teofimo Lopez.
Wow, Pete. I don't know why you like to come over here and get beat up, but I'll oblige. I'm your Huckleberry. So I'm going to keep beating you up and keep bullying you because you keep asking for it. So let me break down one thing, starting with your first bit of fallacies. You asked me why, when Teofimo would like to go up and accomplish more and fight Josh Taylor or Jose Ramirez, why would they stop themselves from going up and just fight somebody at 147 instead of fighting Teofimo? Well, let me answer that for you, Pete Boxing. Multiple reasons for that. First reason is this: money. Okay? Because whoever they go up, they've both already said this, P. You idiot. They're going to acclimate. Upon acclimation, they're going to fight a fighter that's not the top guy immediately at 147, which means they would not make the type of money. Also, they would not be going to 147 to fight an undisputed champion, because there is no fucking undisputed champion at 147. A third reason, P, would be level of competition. Risk over reward. Well, there's a great big reward for Josh Taylor or Ramirez to fight another guy who has won all 4 belts, unified lineal champion, and then them being the 4-belt undisputed. That's a big money fight, and the reward for them is much less than fighting, say, a Crawford or a Spence, because it's more of a chance that a Crawford or a Spence would beat them in their mind. And then the natural consensus would probably be there's more of a chance for them to beat a Teofimo moving up in weight. So when we talk the whole risk over reward, and since you and your buddies always like to mention stars and money that has to take place, and you look at risk over reward, Teofimo would be much less of a risk for them for much more money than some acclamation fight at 147. Okay. Number two, let me fill you in on your ignorance. Ignorance is lack of knowledge of, and you are completely ignorant when it comes to how lineal works. When the number one guy fights the number two guy, that establishes lineal. Not going for belt undisputed. You idiot. I don't know where you got that from. You idiot. But this is how you establish lineal. The number one guy fights the number two guy. Well, when Lomachenko and Teofimo got in the ring, boxing, you idiot. Okay? One was fighting number two. Number one was fighting number two. Therefore, that establishes lineal champion. That is how you establish lineal champion. Go read something and cure your ignorance. So he is the lineal champion. Okay? So it may, my turn. I was on mute. So put your ass on mute. Okay. So for all of that bullshit you just said, it makes more sense for Josh Taylor or Ramirez to fight a guy that is 4-belt undisputed Ring Magazine and lineal champion and has made a star of himself because it's a great deal of money. If you just go up and fight an acclamation fight at 147, yes, they desire to move up, but I'm pretty sure them, the fucking sanctioning bodies that hold those belts that could collect money, their fucking managers that collect the percentage, their promoter that collects the percentage. Oh, promoter, top rank, Bob Arum. Oh, I think he would be in line for this. You idiot. It's plenty of reasons why they would hold off going to fight a fucking acclamation fight at 147 versus a big money fight, lower reward. Because let's keep it real. Even a Ugas up at 147 would be viewed as a more difficult opponent than Teofimo Lopez coming up from 135 P boxing. You idiot. Your floor.
You finished, yeah? All right. Just making sure. Listen, all I'm saying is basically don't miss class, okay? Don't skip. Don't skip, okay? That's all I'm saying. Is it difficult? Because you wanna change the subject, okay? I don't want to talk about 140, 147, you know what I mean? So and so. Anyway, that fight is like 6-7 months away, the Ramirez against Taylor fight. Okay? That's a long time. So who's Tio gonna be fighting next? That's what I want to know. Can you answer that question? Because I don't want to dwell on things that is in the future. I want to dwell on what's next. Because Haney is fighting less than 2 weeks' time. Can we get the Haney fight after that in January, February? Because we know Taylor ain't gonna fight Ramirez anytime soon. Do you know what I mean? And even if they do fight, that winner is they're both gonna go up anyway. So why are we dwelling on it? People are saying in the chat, yeah, I can see, I'm biased saying like, Taylor saying, yeah, he doesn't mind fighting Tio. Okay, people always talk. Okay, and anyway, we don't care about that fight. And you know what? You're talking about money, yeah. You know what? Haney against Teofimo Lopez, that's more money than Taylor against Tio. I'm telling you right now. Okay, a lot of people are talking about that fight. Everyone knows about it. That the kid is not undisputed. Okay, Haney got the real strap. What you call it, what you want, but that's the real one. Okay, he's got the franchise. Okay, a franchise that you wasn't supposed to transfer according to Mauricio Salomon, but suddenly it's transferable. Okay, so it's a joke. Okay. He needs to settle it. I respect Teofimo Lopez. Okay, he's a great champion, a unified champion. I don't see him as a lineal though. Okay, you guys see him as a lineal. You just want to push that narrative. You know what I mean? Stop pushing narrative. Let's call him out for it. You know what I mean? I know you spoke to his dad before. They're quiet now. They're real quiet now. Do you know what I mean? They think they're the A side. Okay, if you think you're the A side, okay, let's clean the house. Let's clean out 135. Okay. Stop going to another house. Okay, clean your house first before you start going up. Because I'm telling you right now, yeah, when he goes up there, he ain't gonna get a lot of success at 140 if he doesn't clean it. Because that's a karma. Okay, He's running away from 135. Stop running, man. Stop running and stay at 135. Clean your house, then go up. You get me? Otherwise, you know, you're gonna get karma real bad. You know what I mean? I like Theo, but I'm starting to look at him sideways right now. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean. And I've never said on this live since this discussion that we've been having, I've never once, see, you just keep telling lies. I've never once said for belt undisputed for Teofimo Lopez. I've never once said that. Matter of fact, I'm making it a point to continue to say 4-belt unified lineal champion, Ring Magazine champion. That is the only thing that I have said every single time while addressing you. 4-belt unified lineal champion, Ring Magazine champion. I never said 4-belt undisputed. See? So no, I don't know what the fuck you mean. Also, you're trying to denounce a 4-belt undisputed champ and Josh Taylor or Ramirez fighting a 4-belt lineal Ring Magazine champion. You're trying to knock that fight down, talking about nobody cares about that fight. P, you're fucking delusional up here, fam. Everything you're saying doesn't make sense. This is why I don't have to get loud with you. I don't have to argue with you. All I have to do is keep debunking your foolery. You think just because you get up here and say, y'all not real boxing fans, just because you get up here and say, nobody cares about that fight, just because you get up here and show your ignorance on how lineal is established, you think that that means anything to any of us? It means nothing what you're saying, because you've not validated or said anything. You're saying that a harder fight with Josh Taylor, and not even you idiots believe that Josh Taylor is an easier fight than Devin Haney. And if you believe that, you're even more idiots, because Josh Taylor is a top dog for a reason. Josh Taylor is definitely a more difficult fight for Teofimo Lopez than a Devin Haney, who has only fought Abdulayev and Santiago. Let me dig further into this. You're talking about how far away Josh Taylor and Jose Ramirez fight is, when Devin Haney and Bill Haney, Mauricio Suleiman, and the WBC has said the winner of Luke Campbell and Ryan Garcia will be facing Devin Haney for that whatever belt he has is. Bill Haney and Devin Haney says that that's a good fight, but P Boxing up here is talking some nonsense about nobody cares about this and nobody cares about that. Well, let's talk about your timeline, P Boxing, because you, sir, are so easy. Again, 12th grader kicking around a 5th grader on the playground. That's how easy you are. So let's talk about your timeline. If he's about to fight a worthless fight and Yuriokis Gamboa, then the next fight potentially should be Ryan Garcia, because they're in an interim fight, right? The same type of interim fight, which you idiots claim Devin Haney was robbed out of. This is what you guys do. Well, Devin Haney won the interim belt. He was supposed to get that fight with Lomachenko. They robbed him out of that opportunity. Now you want to rob the winner of Luke Campbell and Ryan Garcia under the same exact pretenses. See how consistency doesn't play with you guys' bullshit narrative? You can't stay consistent because you're pushing a bullshit narrative. So you want to rob the winner of Luke Campbell and Ryan Garcia the same way you guys cry about Devin Haney being robbed. Is that not right, Pete? Your floor.
No offense to Luke Campbell, but you know, he had so many chances, okay? And he blew
It's
it.
no guarantee that Luke Campbell wins. It's the winner. What if Ryan wins? So we can't talk about Luke Campbell's passing, because if Ryan Garcia knocks him out, what you're saying about Luke Campbell is irrelevant. Again, the winner of that fight, no matter which one of these guys are, it's easy, Pete, would be robbed out of the same opportunity that you guys are crying on Devin Haney. He only ever won an interim fight, which the interim fight says he gets to fight Lomachenko next, but that didn't happen. Now you want to rob the winner of the interim fight for Luke Campbell and Ryan Garcia just to please your narrative. Your floor.
So wait. Are you saying the winner against Garcia against Cambo, you want him to fight Teofimo Lopez? Is that what you're saying?
Did I say that? Did I say that?
So what again?
No. Let me answer your question. Because I didn't say that. What I just told your ass that you don't want to accept. It has been established by the WBC. This is not what D. Jefferson is saying. Listen, go read something instead of listening to narratives, because then you can learn if you go read something.
What are you saying?
Make me kick you backstage because you just misspoke, so I'm going to clear it up. So now you have to listen. You just have to listen real quick. D. Jefferson did not say a fucking thing. The WBC has said, the WBCP, Mauricio Suleiman, has said the winner of this fight is entitled to a shot at Devin Haney because they won the interim belt. You said, this is what you guys say with this narrative, that Devin Haney was robbed out of the chance to fight Lomachenko because he won the interim belt. This is what Luke Campbell and Ryan Garcia are fighting for, the interim belt, to have a shot at Devin Haney. So if Devin Haney dismisses that, the way Lomachenko dismissed Devin Haney, then he would be robbing them in the same way that you guys are crying about Devin Haney being robbed. And you're talking about karma here? Your floor, Pete.
No. I don't see that the same way, because Luke Campbell already had that fight with Lomachenko, okay? And he got beaten. So why is Luke Campbell again in there to have a chance again? Why does he keep getting chances after chances?
What if Ryan Garcia wins?
I know.
What if Ryan Garcia wins? Speak on that.
Yeah, but that's not.
Speak on if Ryan Garcia wins. Speak on that.
Okay. So if Ryan Garcia wins, okay, why should he face Haney? Because we want to sort out this dispute that's going on, okay? After that, Ryan Garcia can fight the undisputed. But before that, we need to sort out there's a problem, okay? We don't want to create another problem, okay? Fair play to Ryan. Ryan will knock out Luke Campbell, because Luke Campbell ain't nothing. Do you know what I mean? So we want to sort out this dispute going on, okay? Let's not deflect, because you're deflecting right now, bro. You're deflecting, and you're good at that stuff, because you know what I mean? Why don't we talk about sorting out this dispute, and then after that, if Garcia, knocks out Campbell, which I know he will, that's gonna be an easy fight for him, because Campbell ain't nothing, to be honest. Look at him. He blew up so many times. So why don't we sort out the dispute? Because you want to create another problem. Okay, we don't need to do all of that. Okay. Ryan will get his chance after the dispute finishes. You understand?
No, I don't understand. And let me clear it up for you, because clearly you don't understand. I don't want to create a fucking thing. The same guy that has created this problem, not D. Jefferson. D. Jefferson denounced the problem that Suleiman created. The same guy that created this problem, Mauricio Suleiman, P, you idiot, is the one creating this problem. Again, you idiot. And I just said before, talking to Dead Game, that it's Mauricio Suleiman to be blamed. You idiot, not D. Jefferson. The only thing I'm doing is reporting the truth. So I will rewind for you again, Pete. You cannot sit here and say that Devin Haney has the right to do what basically y'all cry about Lomachenko doing to him. That's all you're saying here. You're saying that win, because I believe that Ryan could win this fight. I'm not sure who does, but you said that Ryan wins the fight. So when Ryan Garcia wins, you're saying that he has to step and sit to the side. But that's not the energy you guys were giving for Devin Haney. You didn't say that Devin Haney had to step to the side so that Lomachenko could go seek for a belt undisputed. Because this is what happened. They appointed him franchise champion so that he could go fight the other champion, and Teofimo Lopez, that had the other belt, so that he could attract all 4 belts. And you guys said that that was unfair to Devin Haney. But now you're coming around full circle and saying that it's fair for Devin Haney to dismiss Ryan Garcia so that he can seek 4 belts. That's what you just said.
All right, are you done?
Yeah.
because we're going around circles right now. Okay.
No,
Ryan,
you're going around
obviously,
in circles. I'm just
I'm
debunking.
not.
But go ahead.
I'm not saying I'm not. Listen, I'm not against Ryan fighting, Devin Haney. But let's tell the truth right now, okay? Because Devin Haney was waiting and waiting and waiting, and they fucked him over so many times. So I don't want Ryan to be fucked over if he wins this fight. But let's be truth, okay? Let's sort out the dispute. There's a dispute going on. Two men are arguing right now. Two men are calling each. There's only one guy actually insulting Theo because Theo ain't saying nothing anymore. Theo is real quiet right now, real moist. You know what I mean? So I want to sort out that dispute, and after that, Ryan will get his chance, and he can become undisputed if he's good enough. Is that hard to understand, or do I need to explain to you again? Because it seems like you're deaf at one ear or something like that, or I don't know what's going on because you don't understand. I'm easily explaining right now. Okay, I don't want Ryan to be fucked over. But let's sort out the dispute that's going on between Haney and Theo. But you seem to be not getting it, or maybe you're trying to deflect in it. So what is it, bro? What is it that you don't understand about that stuff? Okay, let's sort out the dispute. You know what I mean?
Once again, no, I don't fucking know what you mean, and I will never know what you mean. Now, let me break this down to you again, because I just keep breaking down everything you say. You call it deflecting, but I'm directly answering your questions. I'm coming direct. So let's talk about this whole situation. You're saying plainly that it's okay for Devin Haney to dismiss an interim title so that he can seek 4-belt undisputed. You're saying that it's okay for that. Lomachenko dismissed Devin Haney so that he could seek 4-belt undisputed. But let's touch on this interim situation, which comes to play with all of these guys. Ryan Garcia or Luke Campbell and Devin Haney. Let's talk about this, which you say that they're being unfair to Devin Haney because they keep putting people in front of him when he had the interim belt. I don't deny that. Mauricio Suleiman's fuckery. But why weren't you, P, especially you, P, consistency, remember, consistency always breaks down narratives. Why weren't you, P, out here advocating for one Dillian White, who was interim champion that kept getting passed over and passed over and passed over way longer than Devin Haney? A Dillian White who had proved way more than Devin Haney. A Dillian White who actually got in the ring with champions, unlike Dillian White. A Dillian White who had an interim belt, same situation, and Deontay Wilder kept passing him over, putting Brazil as a fucking mandatory. Tyson Fury slipped in there. But you guys had no problem with that interim champion being passed over and passed over and passed over. But now you seem to have a huge problem with Devin Haney only being an interim champion getting passed over merely one time. Dillian White was passed over multiple times, but because it was Wilder, it was okay. Because Wilder says you have to fight Ortiz, we're still going to pass you over. It's okay. But now all of a sudden, Luke Campbell or Ryan Garcia gets to get passed over. Dillian White gets to get passed over. No. We can't let Devin Haney get passed over. We have to allow Devin Haney to pass somebody over. And that's fair. Your floor, Pete.
All right, you want to talk about Dillian White? Oh my God, this is so easy, man. Dillian White, listen, he was number one, okay, for the WBC. He wasn't the mandatory, okay, because he became mandatory. You know what Mauricio Solomon said? This is so boring. Mauricio Solomon said to him, "You're the mandatory at 2021, okay? Just because you're number one and you're screaming 600 days or whatever, yeah, or 1,000, whatever they say, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? You're number one. The WBC has to call you, has to say you're the manager, okay? That's what matters, okay? So anyway, I don't even blame anyone other than Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn fucked over Dillian White. Obviously, I'm a big AJ fan, yeah? In fact, AJ is my favorite fighter, okay? And let's be honest, Eddie Hearn has not been working for Dillian White. If that was the other way around, if that was AJ, Eddie Hearn would have done a lot for him. So you have to blame Eddie Hearn. Why didn't Eddie Hearn go to Mauricio Solomon? Because the moment Eddie Hearn did it, in the end, when everyone was fed up, guess what? Mauricio Solomon said, you're a mandatory for 2021 in February. But now, obviously, that's not going to happen because you know what happened. He got knocked out. And like you said the other day, he'll probably get knocked out again. So there you go. There's nothing to talk about on that one. So Ryan Garcia, going back to Ryan Garcia, I got no beef with Ryan Garcia facing Haney. But let's be honest, like I said, I just keep repeating myself. He is, he's got a dispute going on. Let's settle the dispute, okay? Before we start talking about Ryan Garcia. And anyway, the clip you just showed just now, Ryan wasn't even talking about Haney. Ryan's talking about Tank. Everyone seems to be talking about Tank. They don't want to mention Haney's name because Haney is the boogeyman at 135.
All right, P. I'm actually getting bored with this, P, because you're too easy, but I'll break it down for you. Your inconsistencies kill yourself. Eddie Hearn is involved with Devin Haney. You do agree with that now, right? Because they're partners, 50-50 partners. So you do agree that the same Eddie Hearn that you're disrespecting now is involved with this Devin Haney situation, heavily involved. We do agree with this, right?
Eddie Hearn is a little bit involved. Devin Haney, he has his own promotion.
No. Devin Haney and Eddie Hearn are 50-50 partners. And you cannot sit here and say he's a little bit involved because when the Gary Russell situation was happening, Devin Haney himself said, ask Eddie. So Eddie is heavily involved. Now, again, the same Eddie Hearn that you said should go run to Suleiman and ask him, what's the issue? Why didn't Devin Haney and Eddie Hearn go run to Suleiman and ask him, why are you disrespecting me, trashing my status with the WBC? So you expect them to do it with Wilder, but you don't expect the same expectation from Eddie Hearn concerning Devin Haney or Devin Haney himself, who you just said is his own boss, right? Here's another thing. How in God's name can you continue to say nobody wants to see these fights? People do want to see these fights, okay? People do want to see Devin Haney finally test himself against a Ryan Garcia or finally test himself against a Tank Davis. People do want to see Tank Davis finally test himself against a Devin Haney or finally test himself against a Ryan Garcia. You can't sit up here and dismiss these fights just because it doesn't come down to Teofimo versus Devin Haney. You have dismissed up here everything that makes complete sense just to say that Teofimo and Devin Haney need to fight each other. That's all you've done. You've dismissed a bigger, better fight at 140 for 4-belt undisputed. You've dismissed the fact that Devin Haney will be under order to fight the interim, the winner of Luke Campbell and Ryan Garcia. You only went to Luke Campbell as if it's a foregone conclusion. Why does Luke Campbell deserve this? Well, you even think Ryan's going to win. So Luke Campbell shouldn't even be at play. Don't tell me that Ryan doesn't deserve a shot at Haney for winning the interim title because your whole basis, all of you guys' basis is that Devin Haney deserves what he deserves for winning an interim title. Now you're trying to take that same delegation from Ryan Garcia. He'll earn the interim title. Now it doesn't mean nothing. He needs to step to the side. But when Devin Haney earned it, it wasn't the same story. Here's another thing. Ryan Garcia will earn it versus a Luke Campbell. Much more valid than earning it against a fucking Abdulayev, because that's who Devin Haney won his interim title against. Abdulayev. Well, Luke Campbell, whether you like him or not, is much more established than an Abdulayev. He is an Olympian. Unlike Abdulayev, stop your fallacies, fam. Because if Ryan Garcia fights a better, more worthy opponent for interim, then he deserves every shot that you guys are claiming Devin Haney deserved by winning his interim. Why does Devin Haney, who has done less than Loma, who has accomplished less than Lomachenko, get to kick the winner of Ryan Garcia and Luke Campbell to the side? Why is that acceptable? Right? Why is that acceptable? He's done nothing. He gets to kick Ryan Garcia or Luke Campbell, whoever wins, to the side, but Lomachenko, who's done something that nobody's ever done in boxing, doesn't get to kick Devin Haney to the side. See, you can't be consistent, Pete. You can't keep your consistency here. You're inconsistent all over the board. Your turn.
I'm actually consistent because look, you talked about Eddie Hearn, yeah? Okay, in the beginning. Look, Eddie Hearn, yeah, he didn't do nothing for Dillian White until the end. But Haney, guess what? He got the belt. So you can't like he kept a different energy when it came to Haney because Haney he works for himself. Okay, they got a big team behind him. That's why he got his belt. Okay, and Ryan Garcia, Luke Campbell. Why does it have to be always Luke Campbell? Luke Campbell is a guy that's just a step over. He's not even a gatekeeper anymore. It's a guy you just slap and then you just go past him. You know what I mean? So why does he have? Okay, forget about why actually. Okay, like I said earlier, I'm gonna keep the same energy. Okay, I don't mind him fighting against Haney, but look, like I said, there's a dispute going on, and you want to go past that dispute. So why ain't you pushing it? Everyone in the chat is hating on Haney. Haney. Why they hating on him? I'm not even a Haney fan. But at the same time, you guys are making me a Haney fan because I'm seeing this kid is getting done wrong. Okay, he wants to fight, for the rightful what he was supposed to do in the beginning. You know what I mean? So let's get it done. You're talking about 140. What's next? Are you going to talk about 147? And why? You know what I mean? Forget about all of that stuff. You know what I mean? Why are you shutting your eyes when it comes to 135? But when it comes to 140, you want to open your eyes. Why? No one. The reason why I say no one cares about that is because at the moment it's not relevant. Okay, it's not relevant. We want to see what's right. Don't you want to see what's right? Because you claim to be you're the right one. This, that. You want to push the real narrative. So now push the real narrative. Okay, why are we doing this kid wrong? Okay, why are we doing him wrong? Why are we blocking it again? This is another roadblock. You know what I mean? If people are trying to call the Ryan Garcia to fight David Haney if he beats Campbell, because why? Because are we protecting Teofimo Lopez? Why are we protecting him? Let's not protect anybody. This boxing, best fight the best. You understand? Why are we watching boxing if we're not gonna see that? Okay, Ryan obviously he is best fight the best, but at the same time, there's another guy that's better than him. Let's get it. David Haney has been calling all these names. You know what I mean? He's been calling Ryan Garcia's name as well. He's been mentioning Tank's name. But right now, Teo, we want Teo. You understand? We as a real boxing fan, we want Teo. Okay? If you're a real boxing fan, like I said earlier, okay, I don't want to insult anyone in the chat, but if you're a real boxing fan and honest, if you're an honest person, you want to see the Haney fight. What's wrong with that? Tell me. What is wrong with that, D? Come on, man.
Okay, P, again, you're being inconsistent because you're pushing for this Haney fight so hard. You're pushing for this Haney fight so hard that you're willing for the winner of Ryan Garcia and Luke Campbell. You want them to be disrespected the way you guys claim Haney was disrespected. This is what you just said. You just said it. You just said that Devin Haney he won the interim. He was supposed to have this fight with Lomachenko, even though he was never a fucking mandatory. You said that he won the interim and he was supposed to have this fight with Lomachenko and he got screwed. So forget about Ryan winning the interim. Let him get screwed too, just so that I can see Devin Haney fight Teofimo Lopez. Now, here's another thing. I've said this today, game. Priority would be achieving greatness. Fighting Devin Haney versus fighting the winner of Jose Ramirez and Josh Taylor is apples and oranges, fam. If Teofimo goes to fight and should win the winner of Josh Taylor or Jose Ramirez, that is 10 times bigger, 10 times bigger going for greatness than fighting a fucking Devin Haney. Because even if that question is there, you guys' question, even if the question is there about this belt, that's the only question. Him and Devin Haney holding the same belt. So even if that question is there, if this kid goes up a weight class and gets all 4 belts, you have bumped your head and lost your fucking mind that's smaller, that means less. Nobody cares about him going to see a Devin Haney. and then Devin Haney getting to disrespect Ryan Garcia or Luke Campbell in the process, the same way he was disrespected. That's what it's about. But myself and everybody on this panel has said this. We would love to see Teofimo and Devin Haney fight. Nobody's ever denied that. That's a great fight. None of us have ever disrespected Devin Haney's skills. I said that he's one of the best young guns out there. Him and Teofimo is a great fight. But priority, Devin Haney doesn't mean a mere pittance if this kid can go collect 4 belts at 140. Devin Haney's not more important than that. So priority, what I would rather see first is this kid try to go get 4 belts at 140 versus fighting a Devin Haney. Should that not work out, I would love to see him fight Devin Haney because I think he beats Devin Haney and shuts y'all mouth all the fuck up. So I would love to see that. But which one would I rather see first? I would rather see this kid continue on to try to be great. Him dismissing the Josh Taylor fight and fighting Devin Haney only helps Devin Haney and slows his career down. If he was to go up to 140 and get all 4 of those belts, he becomes an even bigger star than he already became by fighting Lomachenko. He also will accomplish. It wouldn't just be about him being a bigger star. He would also now have 4 belts at 140 as well. Shoo-in for the Hall of Fame. Shoo-in. This will only propel his stardom to where Devin Haney is not even in his fucking discussion. It would do that as well. So priority would be for him to continue to achieve greatness. Him fighting Devin Haney only fucking satisfy you guys that's advocating for Devin Haney. But it also disrespects Ryan Garcia on the same level that y'all crying about of what happened to Devin Haney. So you guys are willing, ready and willing to allow Devin Haney to disrespect the winner of Luke Campbell and Ryan Garcia the same way he was disrespected by Lomachenko. That's what you guys want. You guys want Devin Haney to disrespect Ryan Garcia for his interim title the same way Devin Haney was disrespected. And then you're trying to say that it's all of us hating on Devin Haney. They're not making sense, fam. Not even a little bit.
Are you done?
It's easy work. I've been done. This was done before you ever got started. But go ahead.
All right. Listen, I don't know whether you're doing this on purpose or not, but you seem to be hating on Devin Haney real hard right now. But I don't know if you're understanding this, but why are you dismissing it? Why are you dismissing it? You know what I mean? You don't want to see this. You're talking about great. You want to push Teofimo Lopez. That's what I said earlier to you. Are you getting paid? Why do you care about Teofimo Lopez's greatness? Unless you're a fanboy. You understand? Because I ain't a fan of Devin Haney. I'm going to tell you right now. I ain't a fan of none of the people at 135. Okay? But I like all of them, like I said. I just want them to fight each other. But for some reason, you want to push this kid so up. Like, you know, you want him to go 140. And then what? 147. Why don't this kid graduate from his class before he goes up? But you don't want to know none of that. You want to talk about Ryan Garcia fighting Haney. You know what I mean? There we go. We're going back circles again. Because there's a problem, okay? Your kid, Tio, needs to stay put where he is. Forget about legacy. He ain't getting that legacy. I'm telling you right now. He ain't beating no Ramirez. He ain't beating no Taylor. No chance in hell. They ain't Lomachenko, bro. What are you talking about?
Like
what you been smoking? What you been smoking, bro?
Right there.
See, you interrupted me because you can't take the heat. You understand? So let me finish. Put your mic on mute because I'm talking. You gave me the platform. So let me talk, okay? Because I'm going to be real quick. You understand? Anyway, let's push the real narrative, okay? 135. Forget about 140. Forget about Ryan Garcia. Stop putting roadblocks on it, okay? Because you don't want to know the truth. The kid Haney got the real WBC belt, okay? Let's get this fight. Because what you're trying to do is trying to block. You want to protect, you know, Tio. Like I said, I got no beef with Tio, but you're trying to make me have beef with that kid. Because I'm going to have beef with him if he goes up to 140. Because there's unsettled business. You know what I mean? He needs to pay his debt. You get me? And if you don't get me, there must be something wrong with you. Now the floor is yours.
P, I'm sorry, but nobody gets you. It's not just me, fam. Nobody in here gets you. Not even Devin Haney fans. There's Devin Haney fans in here. Real Devin Haney fans. You're not even a Devin Haney fan. You just admitted that. There are Devin Haney fans in here telling you you're wrong. You're not even a Devin Haney fan, dude. There are actual don't do it. You're not even a Devin Haney fan upon your own admission. You just said it. I'm not even a Devin Haney fan. Well, there are Devin Haney fans in the chat that don't agree with your bullshit right now. Those are the facts. So these are Devin Haney fans in the chat, not my boy Teofimo. And they're telling you you're wrong. You're not even a fan of Devin Haney, which means for some reason you have Devin Haney balls in your mouth saying what he deserves, not even being a fan of him, when his own fans don't agree with you.
Or you want me to talk or what?
Go ahead.
Okay, so wait, what? So who's Devin Haney fan? Let me know in the chat who Devin Haney's fan, because you're talking about Devin Haney. I don't see no Devin Haney fans.
Unbiased boxing talk is a Devin Haney fan. And he has
no, he's not. He's not. He's
okay,
not.
well,
he's a liar.
Okay, well, P, first off, you're not gonna sit up here and disrespect my people. That's number one.
Okay.
Second, that's because that was disrespectful. Unbiased. So this ain't free smoke. It's not your MXBC platform. So you're not gonna sit up here and disrespect people.
I take it back. Listen, I take it back. But all I'm saying is basically that I don't want
no. Because I'm not gonna let you lie on people. Unbiased, before you fucking even met him, has been advocating for Devin Haney. He's been a fan of Devin Haney. He actually thinks Devin Haney can beat Teofimo Lopez. So don't fucking sit up here and call him no fake fan or he's a liar, because he is a Devin Haney fan. He's truly a Devin Haney fan. He thinks Devin Haney can beat Teofimo. Now, what you got to say about that? He thinks.
Okay. Listen, but I listen to obviously I'm biased here, but listen, I'm biased lately since this is facts as well. I'm not insulting him, but since Teofimo Lopez won, I don't hear him like talking about Haney anymore. You know what I mean? He's pushing the fight. If you're a real Haney fan, you know what I mean? You want to push for the real undisputed. Stop pushing for Taylor. Because people are dismissing Jose Ramirez. Because I got Jose Ramirez beating Josh Taylor, actually, to be fair. You know what I mean? You guys want to talk about like Taylor against Teo. Why is people talking about that? Disrespecting Jose Ramirez. Are we disrespecting the boxers now? Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're hearing now?
How are we disrespecting them?
Because I seen, Unbiased saying he wants to see Teo against Taylor. Okay? So that is a disrespectful. We're overlooking Jose Ramirez. You understand? So that is real disrespect, first of all. That's why I always say the winner between Ramirez against Taylor. Because I don't want to disrespect Taylor, neither do I want to disrespect Ramirez. Am I right? Of course I'm right.
Well,
so,
I always say the winner of Josh Taylor and Ramirez too. That's all you've heard me say. Not am I right? Am I right or am I right?
You're right. That's why I'm not calling you out on it. And I would call you out on it. You know what I mean? I'm not afraid of anybody. That's why I'm calling out unbiased, because I see, if you look back in the chat, if you scroll back, you can see him saying, yeah, we want to see Teo against Taylor. That's clearly that's what he said. But no beef. We've got no beef. I'm just calling out everything what I see. Okay.
Right.
I want to see justice in this boxing. Okay. It seems like people want to overlook the things that we see. Okay. I'm a young man and I can see things clearly through what I'm seeing. Okay. Let's stop pushing Teo. Trying to say, look, he goes to 140. This, that. No. 135, man. 135. I'd rather see you facing Tank. I'd rather see you facing Garcia. I'd rather see you against Haney. You know what I mean? Finish your school. You know what I mean? Or even Campbell. Why not fight Campbell as well? You know what I mean? Finish your school. Don't skip classes, bro, and go to a different class. You know what I mean? Those boys are older than you. They're bigger than you right now, okay? You understand? Stop talking about 140. they're real quiet right now, and I can see the narrative. That's why his dad was saying, "Oh, either ways, we're going to 140," because he knew he was going to win that fight. You know what I mean? If you know about boxing, you know that Teofimo Lopez was going to beat Lomachenko. There's no two ways about it. And I'm kind of surprised he struggled with him a little bit in the later rounds. You know what I mean? But that being said, let's push for the real narrative, okay? Teo has to stay at 135.
Okay, you finished with your bullshit. All right.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. When we talk about justice, because he said he wants to see justice, right? And let's talk about justice and what's justice. He is a proud black man. And he doesn't like to see when a black man faces the same situation as a non-black person. And when it comes to justice, the black man doesn't get the same justice as the non-black man. But in the same breath, inconsistencies, guys, he says that it's justice for Devin Haney to do to Ryan Garcia what was done to Devin Haney. How is that justice? That's not justice at all. That's inconsistent. If you're all about justice and you want to see justice, then Devin Haney shouldn't get screwed out of his interim fight the way, I'm sorry, Ryan Garcia or Luke Campbell shouldn't get screwed out of their interim fight the way Devin Haney got screwed. Because none of us have denied the fact that Mauricio Suleiman screwed Devin Haney when he implemented his belt situation. But now the guy that's all about justice wants to see Ryan Garcia unjustly treated the same way Devin Haney, as they say themselves, was unjustly treated. So you only want justice, P, when it's what you want to see. That's what you're telling me. But justice doesn't apply when Ryan Garcia is in the same situation. So that's no justice. You want him to be unjustly done because y'all only complain. The only thing you guys cry about is the fact that Devin Haney was unjustly treated. Now, you want Ryan Garcia or Luke Campbell to be unjustly treated just so that you can fulfill your narrative of Teofimo having to see Devin Haney. Well, if Teofimo and Devin Haney was to fight next Pete Boxing, it would be unjust to the winner of Ryan Garcia and Luke Campbell, the same way it was unjust by your account to Devin Haney when Lomachenko did it. So you're not about justice at all. You're not. You're lying up here. Because if you was about justice, then you wouldn't want to see that happen to the winner of Ryan Garcia and Luke Campbell. You would not want to see that. But now all of a sudden, you want to see someone treated unjustly by your own admission. Your turn, Pete.
Wait, now you want to bring the race card in there? Are you having a laugh? Everyone always says, "Oh, I'm talking about race."
No, race wasn't the issue. Race
You
wasn't
talked
the
about
issue.
race.
I know, but listen. See, I'm not MXBC. Listen to what I say. I brought the race card in there based on your values. You think that it's unjust. Listen, before you accuse. You think that it's unjust when a black man is in the same situation as someone that's not black. If they're in the same situation and they're treated differently, you believe that that's unjust. And I actually agree with you. Well, Ryan Garcia will be in the same situation as Devin Haney, but all of a sudden you don't see it as being unjust. That's what I said. It's not about race. It's about your consistency, your hypocrisy, your double standards. That's what it's about.
So you think you know about my political views? Okay.
No.
That's nice.
No, I was just using what you said as an example. Is what I'm saying. I only use what you told me, fam.
But you interrupted me. You don't even let me talk. You don't let me talk.
Don't say that I'm trying to do anything. I'm just going by what you told me, fam. That's
okay,
it.
do it after. Let me talk first, innit? Because you give the floor, then you take it off me. Like, at least let me have my say, okay?
Go ahead,
because
fam. Go ahead.
My political views, the way you said it is all wrong, okay? when I talk about justice, I'm talking about boxing. Forget about what goes outside the ring. You know what I mean? All I'm saying is, what's justice? You know, what's so wrong seeing undisputed? Because your kid Teofimo Lopez, he ain't undisputed. Okay, he holds the Ring magazine. I don't really class that as a belt, to be honest. I class the 4 sanctioning bodies as undisputed. Okay, whether you want to call him 4-ring champion, unified, to make it look good, that's down to you, because that's making you look like you're pushing a narrative. Okay, he is not 4-belt holder, because when you say 4-belt holder, the people in the chat are gonna think he's undisputed because they think 4-belt holder is undisputed. Okay, so I'm saying let's get undisputed before you talk about Ryan. Ryan, when did Ryan come in this question? Ryan, yeah, he's coming after the situation is sorted out. Okay, let's not create another problem, because you want to talk about Ryan so much. Let's be real. You understand? Because I don't think you understand. Yeah, because you kept saying you don't understand. Okay, because I think you don't want to understand, because the truth is out there. Devin Haney got that belt. He was undisputed. Okay, just like everyone was calling out the undisputed Lomachenko. Tio was saying, I want undisputed against Lomachenko. He got it. So why can't Haney get undisputed? Okay, but you want to bring in Ryan. You know what that's called? A roadblock. Yeah, and anyone in the chat, if you think that's right, you're in the wrong spot. I'm telling you, you're in the wrong spot. Okay, so the last thing I gotta say, stop pushing this narrative. Okay, let's be real. Let's be real. Stop pushing Teofimo Lopez to greatness, because he's not great just yet. He's a great fighter, yes, but he is not in the books yet. In the history books, if he goes up to 140, 100 years from now, when you look at the history book at 135, he was never undisputed. Okay, so stop talking about irrelevant stuff like Ryan Garcia this, Ryan Garcia that. No one is doing Ryan Garcia wrong, because Ryan Garcia is getting set up to be the mandatory. That's good enough for my book. You understand? Now let's get the real undisputed. That's all I gotta say. You're on mute.
Ryan Garcia is not being set up to be anything. What you're doing is being inconsistent. You have to be consistent with your thoughts, fam. You cannot say that Devin Haney was robbed. You guys say Devin Haney was robbed of the chance to fight Lomachenko because he was a mandatory and he had the interim belt. That's a lie. First and foremost, Devin Haney was never mandatory, ever. When Devin Haney fought Abdulayev, he and Bill Haney was told before they took this fight. See, this is why Devin Haney never had to take the fight or the interim title. He never even had to fight Abdulayev. Back at the time he went to fight Abdulayev, this motherfucker could have been sending out, yeah, you better run away. You better run away. Anyway, so I don't even know if I need to break him down again. That's why he ran away. That's why he ran away. It's easy, fam. These guys are easy work. And this is all you'll ever see them do. You know what I mean? I don't need to explain this shit. Matter of fact, I won't play this for everybody. All of those guys over there that's saying Devin Haney was a mandatory and Devin Haney got jerked. Here's the truth. This is what P, Dead Game, BFTB, Fanon, Blue Blood Sports. This is something that they don't want you guys to know. So I'm going to show you guys the truth. Devin Haney and Bill Haney knew when they decided to fight Abdulayev that they would have absolutely no rights to Lomachenko whatsoever. They knew that. They knew when they went to fight Abdulayev that they would have absolutely no rights to Lomachenko. And I'm going to body P Boxing, Blue Blood, Fanon, BFTB right here, right now with this video. I want everyone to listen up. Listen up real close. Watch this. Body bag him. Real quick. Watch it. Hold on. I just showed it the other day. I'm going to show it again for people that didn't see it. This body bags their whole idea about the fact that Devin Haney was robbed basically of anything. He couldn't have been robbed when he was already told that he would have no rights to Lomachenko if he took that Abdullah fight. Now, if they tell you that, then how could you be robbed of anything? But this is what P&M keeps leaning on. So y'all listen up to this. Listen up real quick.
WBC to have their fight as an Lomachenko is a major force in the sport, and Devin Haney and Abdullah both requested to the WBC to have their fight as an interim title fight instead of a final elimination. They are very happy to fight for the interim title, knowing that Lomachenko is not going to be fighting for a prolonged period of time. So it made all the sense to approve an interim championship. The champion is not available, and we are not going to abuse the mandatory rule in Lomachenko. And this is clear. The winner of Haney and Abdullayev will be a proud champion, interim champion, and they will have to continue making their worth into the sport and to grow for the time to fight Lomachenko to be worth it for everybody. I don't know if I'm making clear. My English is not so good.
Now, I don't know about you guys, but the English was clear enough to me. That was perfect enough explanation that Suleiman gave everyone. Perfect. You don't have to have great English to understand that. Body bag, all of them. Body, fam. They went Abdullah. This is before, listen, even Alfredo Santiago, because that fight was after Abdullah. That fight was a title defense. But even before Santiago, when Devin Haney and Bill Haney went to fight Abdullah, they knew they had no rights to Lomachenko. But their whole narrative is that Devin Haney was robbed of something. How are you robbed of something that you knew you never had the opportunity of? Somebody please tell me. Somebody please tell me. I got you, Troy. I got you. How the fuck was they ever robbed out of an opportunity they never had? They knew that they was going to have no opportunity if they fought each other. That Lomachenko would not be forced under any mandatory if Devin Haney fought Abdullah. But all of these idiots keep hollering about Devin Haney was stolen. The chance was stolen from him. It was a mandatory. And all of this dumb shit. It's all lies, fam. That's how they create narratives. This is why BFTV and Fanon don't want to come over here. Yeah, BP Boxing. Yeah, buddy. Did you listen? Did you hear? They never had an opportunity. And taking the fight with Abdullah, he knew that Lomachenko would never be a mandatory, never be forced to fight him. And by taking that fight, he gave up any opportunity that he had. You want to come back up here and respond to that, P-Boxing? Yeah, stay your ass in the chat. That's why you ran away from this fucking panel, fam. Because you know I was about to body bag your ass. But I bodied you anyway. Shout out to my man, King Unbiased, responsible for that clip. Thank you for that clip, Unbiased. Unbiased, we knew what the truth was. You just helped me put it on wax, right? So that everybody can hear it. So BFTV, you idiot. Fanon, you idiot. Blue Blood, you idiot. Barbershop, you idiot. I know your peons are watching. I know you guys just heard that too. You're all idiots. And your narratives are worthless. And if you ever get some balls, some kahunas, come over here and click this link so I can body you motherfuckers too. It's just that simple, fam. Just that simple. So, guys, another great show, another great crowd. I love you all. I love this. I love to have a lot of fun with this P-Boxing big game. All of these guys, they make it exciting. I don't know why we got to keep going back to this, but we'll probably go back to this once or twice more because they just don't want to get it. They just don't want to accept the truth. They want to get up here and say, Ryan Garcia should get jerked over the same way Devin Haney did, just so Devin can fight him. That's not consistent. You guys thought, that's why I always say, if you guys think that Devin Haney was robbed, then why would you expect the same thing to happen to Ryan? Why would you expect Devin Haney to do that to Ryan Garcia? See? Then another narrative is the fact that going up to 140 clearing out a division is less of an achievement somehow than fighting Devin Haney, who only ever won an interim belt. These guys are fucking nuts, fam. They're screwy. They're screwy up top. No worries, though, because ain't none of that shit gonna fly with the Speak Your Mind Sports Talk family. None of that shit is gonna fly over here on Speak Your Mind Sports Talk. Because what do, guys? We debunk narrative. And y'all know how I always end this thing. For the love of sports, let's talk about it. Peace.